No, so now, but
I guess that means that both of us are left the illustrious chair and first vice chair announcements.
Tuesday and Thursdays. Be very happy. They don't find anything.
Check, check.
Testing.
Check. Hey, 1, 2. It's there. Check 1, 2. I'll bump it up.
To the video view that shows us and shows.
Eventually they will, yeah. Right now they're just seeing my shared screen.
No, I know. Yeah.
But yeah, it'll be whichever location. And the reason why these guys are here is because they're actually like.
It's always a surprise.
Sarah, choose.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you in person.
That juice was smart.
Yeah, we have more. Hello. Hi, everybody. We're going to get started. We have quorum, so if everybody can find your seats, please. Everybody, sit down. Folks, we're going to get started. So we're going to start off with the public session and with some people who are virtual. But in the meantime, I'm just going to ask some of the folks who are here in person to start lining up at the microphone so that you can be ready when we call on you. And so that is Elizabeth Rose Daly, Stephanie Reckler, Sandrea will do you at the end since you're a board member, and Connie Ranocchia. If you guys could line up, and also Ted Anastasio, if you could line up, please, at the microphone. And then just a reminder for the public session, if you want to speak in the public session, you have until 6:45 p.m. to sign up on our website to do so. You have to have signed up in order to speak. You will have 2 minutes. We're very strict about the time limit, and each person can only speak once. So with that, we are going to start, and we will start online with Evelyn David.
Evelyn, you can unmute.
More aggressive efforts online.
Hi, good evening. It's Evelyn David. I'm on Lexington Avenue in the zone on this east low 60s. I'm suddenly occurring. This is about congestion pricing, and I hate to keep hammering on this because it's kind of whatever it is. The fact that the congestion pricing people have gone to New Jersey to try to work out a deal with the people in New Jersey and possibly give them money to quiet them down about their traffic problem that's going to be created and the extra pollution, and the fact that they made a deal with Richie Torres up in the Bronx to the tune of $20 million to take care of pollution and the poor kids that are going to get sick, you know, et cetera. This is all amazing because they're talking about getting rid of pollution was their first aim and goal. And it's just making it worse they've pushed it up into Upper East Side, Upper West Side, and up into the Bronx and into New Jersey. So they should be ashamed of themselves, basically. it was brought up at the meeting last night about the amount that trucks might be charged, delivery trucks. So the price, of course, of all the goods are going to go up. Anyway, having said all of this, good evening, everybody. I hope you're all well. And anybody that's voted on this, it is a complete boondoggle. People in our neighborhood are talking about not driving anymore downtown. That means they're not going to get their $1 billion, by massively not get it. So another boondoggle. And this brings us to parking passes, which I know we talked about last night. I just want to get it on the record tonight. If somebody could start pushing this or talking about this more positively to help us out, that would be hugely, hugely comforting because of the whole situation of parking. But anyway, I won't take any more of your time. I know there are a lot of people who want to talk. Thank you very, and a lot of issues that you need to discuss. Thank you very much for all your work on everything, and I'll get off now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Evelyn, I forgot to mention, but Evelyn did it. Please mention whether you live in our, we like to hear from people speaking in the public session just at the start of your remarks. If you could just tell us where you live, because we like to know whether folks are in our community district or not. So with that, go ahead, Elizabeth Rose Daly.
Well, thank you. Can you all hear me? No?
Can we turn that mic up a lot?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, hang on.
Okay, is this better?
Not really.
I have no luck with this.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay, is this better?
Yeah.
That's okay. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you all. Good evening. I'm Liz Daly. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Michelle. I'm Liz Daly, Community and Government Affairs Manager at the Frick Collection, and I just wanted to talk to you about a few exciting things that are happening at Frick Madison. Last week, we opened a new exhibition. It is one painting by Giorgione, who was a student of Bellini, and I think many of you may be familiar with our wonderful painting, St. Francis in the Desert. So we've have a painting by Giorgione called The Three Philosophers, which is normally in the Kunsthistorisches Museum in Vienna. And it's over here at the Frick until February 4th. So I hope you will come by and see it. It's a wonderful piece. Also, our show with of portraits by Barclay Hendricks continues on until January 7th, as well as the installation by the pastelist, the contemporary pastelist, Nicholas Parti, which will be up until we leave in March 3rd. As will the highlights from our permanent collection. And as some of you know, we had to cancel the September 29th open house open night. So we've rescheduled it for December 8th. It will be from 5 to 9 p.m. So the museum will be free. There will be talks, sketching, and other events. So I hope you'll be able to join us, and all that information is on our website. We're located on Madison Avenue at 75th Street, open Thursdays through Sundays from 10 to 6. While you're there, you can stop at the Sister Yard and have some coffee and pastries. And I hope to see you at Frick Madison. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, you can just go next.
This is Ted Anastasiou. I'm speaking on behalf of the Hooch LLC. Right after me, I'll have the applicant speak as well. Hooch LLC is a proposed cannabis dispensary here in the district. So I'd like to introduce the applicant herself, Connie, who is a woman, obviously, and a veteran, and she's applying for a legal cannabis dispensary. So without further ado, I present to you,
Sorry,
Connie.
You have 2 minutes. So if you want to use the rest of your time, you should do it now, and then we'll give Connie 2 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. Since I have 2 minutes ago. So the district has been, and like much of New York City, has been, I think, kind of invaded by a raft of illegal dispensaries that taken up a lot of market share, selling illegal, untaxed, unregulated cannabis. What we're doing here is applying for a legal cannabis dispensary. The applications are actually due this Friday. We submitted our application. We were previously recommended by the community board. I think tonight is a public vote for the larger board to vote yes or no on certain applicants. And we're kindly asking for your approval, since Connie, as a woman-owned business entrepreneur, has been running successfully a bar and restaurant in New York City. again, as a veteran, understand the difficulties faced by veterans, not with PTSD and other mental and physical health challenges, and the holistic benefits of utilizing cannabis, not just for veterans, but for the wider community. And I think having a legal dispensary in the district run by a successful female entrepreneur, veteran entrepreneur, would be a benefit to the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll just
Connie,
point
go
out,
ahead.
the cameras are that way, so if you're talking, you should look that way.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Connie.
Good evening, Community Board 8. I am a proud New York City person. I joined the military back during Vietnam War. I served over 6 years. One of my proudest moments in my life as a veteran has been I was inducted into the Veterans Hall of Fame in Albany, upstate New York. I'm here tonight to really ask for your support on the cannabis retail business. I have held a lot of positions in the veterans community. I am very passionate about my communities, my veterans, and where I live and where I have my business. I find that the cannabis would help a lot of my fellow veterans that suffer from PTSD and other issues, other health issues. I've ran a business and I think I could run this business pretty well. I'm an honest person and very, very passionate about my country. So I'm really happy to be here tonight and hopefully you will support my business. Any questions? Any
You
questions?
can't take questions, but
Okay, all right. What can I say? What else can I?
I mean,
What?
you could take questions outside, but not as part of.
Oh, okay, all right. What? Oh, yes. I've successfully had a beer garden in Brooklyn for over 10 years. It's very open space and we welcome anybody. We welcome children, other people, everything. It's a very comfortable space that we have there. Come and visit us sometime. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next we're going to go to Zoom again, but in the meantime, I just asked if Beth Goldman can come and join the line, Rafael Arena, Christina Erez, Stephanie Reckler, and that'll be it for now. And then so let's go to Janry Henriquez on Zoom, please.
Henry, you can unmute.
Hi, everybody. My name is John Henriquez. I am a current student at the CUNY Graduate School of Public Health and Policy. And a topic that I wanted to discuss, sorry. A topic that I wanted to discuss today is implementing warning labels on sugar sweetened beverages in New York. The obesity epidemic in the United States is largely attributed to sugary drinks and beverages. And studies have shown that soft drinks, energy drinks, sweet teas, and sport drinks contain high amounts of sugar. And as a result, these factors contribute to tooth decay, obesity, and diabetes, among many other health issues. So Bill A006858 is requesting that all warning labels include a statement such as warning, regular consumption of sugary beverages can increase your risk of diabetes, of obesity, type 2 diabetes, and cardiovascular disease, to raise awareness of sugar consumption risk. I believe that implementing warning labels on these types of drinks in New York would reduce obesity and health risk. This would help educate the public about sugar sweetened beverages, health risk, and encourage healthier choices. Nationally, right now, we spend about $147 billion, which is attributed to health costs due to health issues such as obesity. So I hope that everybody would support this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Judy, we're going to do the board members at the end of the public session, so I don't want you to wait there. Are you Beth Goldman?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. And just, sorry, let us know where you live too, if you live in the district.
Sure. I'm Beth Goldman. I live at 320 East 86th Street. And I apologize for reading, but I know I only have 2 minutes, so I want to make sure I get everything in. So I'm here tonight to speak against the renewal of City Swiggers liquor license. I was at the community board, street life committee, but a new situation has come up since. My neighbor Kimberly, who also is on Zoom and will speak, we live directly over the beer shop and have had noise issues since it opened in 2011. We have attended all street life committee meetings when City Swiggers liquor license is up for renewal, have filed hundreds of 311 complaints, consulted lawyers, hired an acoustic specialist who determined the noise level was above legal limits and recommended soundproofing and spoke with management. But the owner, Alan Rice, has ignored all recommendations to remedy the noise situation. At the Street Life Committee meeting on November 6th, the committee approved renewal of the liquor license with stipulation of open communication, no live music following an incident last year, and recorded music must be turned off at 10 p.m., which the owner did not object to. However, on Friday, November 10th, starting at 6 p.m., my apartment started vibrating due to the loud music coming through the floor of my apartment. When my neighbor Kimberly and I went downstairs to investigate, we saw a live band, including drums, microphone, amplifiers inside their small store, which is approximately 1,700 square feet. When the owner, Alan Rice, saw us standing outside, he shouted at us, "Call the cops, call my lawyers," and shut me down, but I'm not turning off the music, and ran back inside. Several 311 complaints were filed and the music stopped when the police came at 9:50 p.m. He blatantly defied the committee's stipulations.
Sorry, that's your time. But we'll go next to Kimberly Lynch, who is on
That's
Zoom.
going to be my backup.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Kimberly, I see a KL. Sorry.
Yes.
I see a kill. That's you? Okay.
Hi,
Thank you,
yeah,
Kimberly.
hi. Can you see me? Hi.
Yes.
Hi. So hi, I live above City Swiggers, and I'm also opposing the liquor license. In 2011, when Alan Rice was renovating for his new bar, City Swiggers, I told him there was a noise problem in the space and that he needed to consult with an acoustic expert and install the proper soundproofing. I and approximately 15 neighbors attended the Street Life Committee meeting on June 7th, 2011, and the full CB8 board meeting on June 8th, 2011, to oppose Alan's liquor license. Community Board 8 recommended that the wine and beer license be granted with a stipulation that the backyard not be used. Alan was granted a liquor license for the space directly below my apartment in Beth, you just saw. He did not install adequate soundproofing, and I have suffered with noise from his bar since his opening night. Mostly loud music, but also large crowds with people cheering, singing, and yelling on and off anytime between 4 p.m. and 2 a.m. At first, I would call City Swiggers or go downstairs to ask them to turn down the music. I was repeatedly hung up on and told to, quote, fuck off. Over the years, I've been in contact with Alan's landlord. They won't acknowledge the ongoing problem, and now they just ignore us. I have filed countless 311 complaints, contacted CB8, the New York Liquor Authority, DEB, DEP, the New York Public Advocate, and I provided an expert's acoustic report documenting the decibel level from City Swiggers was above legal levels. Anyway, the things have been relatively quiet the past few months, but that never lasts. At last week's Street Life Committee on November 6th, I opposed the renewal of the license. Among other things, I told the committee that Alan had a live band on the street last year. And Alan was told that's not allowed. 4 days later, this past Friday, Alan had a live band playing inside his bar. We went downstairs, he yelled at us. And I'm opposing.
Sorry, that's your 2 minutes. So we're going to go back to in person here, but before we do, Stephanie Reckler, if you could join the line, please, and Marking Wallen, if you could join the line, please. And with that, I will turn it over to Christina Erez.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so hi, I know we don't have much time, so I'm going to make this brief so that I can hand it over to council right after. So my name is Christina Rez, and I am the CEO of Mama Verde, which is a Latina mother-owned cannabis company. I'm here today to talk further about our current I'm here today to talk further about our current plans to open a retail dispensary and to give some clarity on the split decision from the Street Life Committee last week. So a little bit about myself. I was born and raised in the Bronx. I'm also a mother to a 2-year-old. I am a board certified behavior analyst and a teacher who has taught in New York City for well over 15 years. I've taught children on the autism spectrum. I've worked all over schools in New York City, spent majority of my time teaching at the Manhattan Children's Center on the Upper West Side. I attended Hunter College for my behavioral analyst certification. And over the last 2 years, my team and I have worked so hard at understanding the law and finding a location that's in compliance with the regulations. So, I wanted to use my platform as an educator to educate our community on the risks and benefits of cannabis when used responsibly. So I just wanted to communicate that our core value is keeping our children safe in our community. And that is the ethos of Mama Verde, a 100% mother-owned cannabis company. And with that said, I'll turn it over to council.
Okay, just to be clear, that's your 2 minutes. So you're.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. So, and you're Rafael Arena?
Yeah.
I am.
Yep, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. So to all the board members, there will be a recommend at the Street Life Committee. Mama Verde presented themselves for approval, and that approval, the Street Life Committee took no action. The dispute, the impasse was the location of Mama Verde on the southeast corner of Lexington and 86th Street. The Street Life Committee has taken sort of a varying approach to approvals and disapprovals. The application process doesn't require the identification of any schools in the vicinity of those locations. So sort of what's going on is that the Street Life Committee is now at sort of, guessing the locations of schools and imposing a burden on the applicants to identify the schools during the question period. In that question period, there was brought up the topic of the Ramah School, which is on the 85th Street and Lexington Avenue corner, on the other side of the block of 85th and Lexington. Now, this location, the location that Mama Verde wants to be in is in compliance with the law. It's not on the same road as the Ramah School. So they're in compliance with the law. Many of the locations that were approved at the Street Life Committee last week are also within 500 feet of the school, but those locations weren't brought about in the question period. So EHC NYC Holding is within 289 feet of M15 Talent High School. That was approved by the Street Life Committee. The Hooch location was approximately 400 feet from the St. Joseph School in Yorkville, but they weren't held to the same standard as Mama Verde. What I think the board really needs to focus on in its vote is who is going to be operating this location. Your operators are going to be the person that's going to be determining whether or not this is going to be a safe location for the community. If you have a high consumption, this location that's geared towards younger people, that isn't thoughtful, your children are going to be at risk no matter who's operating it. You really want somebody like Christina Reyes
your time is up.
and Crystal
Thank you.
Bloomfield, who are mothers and have
That's
taken
it.
a thoughtful approach to
Let's go to
the
the
location.
person. Thank you.
Thank you guys for your time.
So Stephanie Reckler, you're next. Marking Wallen, if you are here, please do come and join the line for the public session.
Good evening, and thank you for having me speak. I'm Stephanie Reckler. I live on 78th and Park Avenue, and I'm on the executive committee of the Committee to Protect Our Lenox Hill Neighborhood in opposition to North Wells building a 434-foot tower on Lexington Avenue. We have been very vocal in our opposition. You've heard from us. We have Instagram, we do social media. We had a very successful town hall that was filled to capacity. We have had good local press. We have heard nothing from Northwell except that they plan to be certified by the end of the year. They have done nothing to engage us and to find out how we could work together. And so I implore Community Board 8 to reach out to Northwell and to get them to present their plans. We know nothing about their plans except for the tower and what was submitted at the pre-scoping city planning meeting. So again, please, one of your committees reach out to Northwell and get more information for us. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we've been joined by Assemblymember Rebecca Seawright, so we will turn it over to her for her report. You can use this mic actually if you want, if you prefer, but yeah, I think that's easiest. Do you mind just handing the mic to the Assemblymembers?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Hi. Thank you all. It's great to be here this evening. I wish everyone, all the candidates, good luck on their election tonight for CB8. I just returned from a disability rights autism center, the first kind in the nation, the new Vicky Center on Autism, introducing the governor who cut the ribbon on that. As the chair of the People with Disabilities Committee in the Assembly, the governor just signed 2 of my bills last week. One, removing in state statutes offensive language, removing mental retardation, and the other increasing to 60% people with disabilities to serve on the State Disability Planning Council. I enjoyed meeting with Laurie Boris on CB8 Speaks to go over some of our legislation. The governor also signed an intersex bill that I passed that was on Intersex Solidarity Day. So we're very pleased about that. We're hosting a hearing on December 19th at 250 Broadway. It's a disability hearing on workforce shortages and our direct support professionals. Tomorrow we'll be hosting a shred-a-thon on Roosevelt Island. So if you can't get to the island, you can drop off your shredding at our community office, 79th and York, and we'll be happy to get it over to the island for you. And I want to recognize my Chief of Staff, Courtney Farrisee, at the back of the room. As always, consider our office a resource, and we'll be doing a toy drive, so drop off toys for our collection in the district office as we approach the holidays. I wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Marking Wallen here?
Yes,
That's you? Okay, great. So you're next. Go ahead, please.
so I'm sorry, I'm not accustomed to talking to a group and
That's okay.
with the
Yeah,
mic.
please speak into the mic.
I'm actually here to object to the application of the person who applied for a medicinal dispensary at 1308 Second Avenue. As we all know, Julia Richmond is from 68th to 67th Street with entrances on both blocks. That's on the east side of the street. The dispensary is also on the east side of the street. On the west side of the street, the whole block is taken up by a preschool, not preschool, by a daycare facility. The students from the school, from the high school and the other schools that are within Richmond, go down that side of the street to the subway, which is on 69th Street. The entrance is on the 69th Street. And according to what I've read, was a little confusing, but when I listened to the meeting of the Street Life Committee, they seemed to think that only the entrances to the school were the call mark. But when I read the New York State site, it said not that, it didn't say anything about entrances. It said school grounds, that the school grounds, and the grounds meant the whole area of the school. I can quote it to you. School grounds means any building, structure, and surrounding outdoor grounds, including entrances or exits, contained within the district's preschool, nursery school, elementary, or secondary schools, legally defined property boundaries are registered in the county clerk's office, as well as some other things. So I think that this is out. They now have a cannabis shop there. I think they took it with the idea that they would convert it. It's a very enticing window. It's a very enticing sign. No matter what he said about how students are not going to be allowed in, he's too close to the school. And this is how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. We've been joined on Zoom by Julie Menon, so we will turn it over to Councilmember Menon for your report. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's great to, can you all hear me okay? Yes? Great.
Yeah.
It's great to see you, everyone at CB8. And first of all, I just want to give a brief election update. I'm thrilled to once again be representing you all and having been reelected to a second term for another 2-year term. So I'm deeply appreciative and excited to continue the work that we've been working on together. I've got a number of updates. First of all, many of you have contacted our office about hate speech, about concerns about both anti-Semitic incidents and Islamophobia. And so I just wanted to go through a couple of the statistics, which are incredibly alarming. So obviously in the wake of the horrific atrocities that were committed by Hamas on October 7th, we've had 101 bias incidents in New York. That's up from 45 last year during that same time period. This is a 124% increase. 69 of those were anti-Jewish incidents, representing a shocking 214% increase in anti-Semitic incidents. Advocacy groups are still collecting data on the anti-Muslim hate crimes, which are rising as well. And to be clear, none of this is acceptable. I've been working really closely with the 19th precinct, first of all, to make sure that houses of worship, that synagogues, that mosques, religious schools, and other sensitive sites throughout the district are protected. And the Jewish Caucus, we've been working very closely with the Chancellor and DOE to make sure there are proper resources in all of the schools. Another issue we've been focused on, I've been working on with Councilmember Keith Powers, is we did a joint letter to the NYPD. We did this letter to Commissioner Caban because there were multiple violent incidents happening at 86th Street and Lexington subway stop. So we sent the commissioner a joint letter. We recently received a response from Commissioner Caban that said that Transit District 4, which represents our subway stations, has received 27 new NYPD officers so far this year. Additionally, now we are having 10 additional officers assigned to the 86th Street and Lex station every day. And those officers are now covering both turnstiles and platforms. So I did want to give an update on that. Since we've had this new police presence and support, there has been a 19.8% crime reduction of major crime in our transit district. So we're deeply committed to this and we'll keep doing work in this regard, but please contact my office if you have any concerns on that. Also wanted to announce participatory budgeting. So once again, my office is doing that. The online idea submission portal has been launched. It's currently accepting eligible capital improvement proposals. So please put your ideas in. Just to refresh everyone's recollection, this will be $1 million of funding. They have to be physical infrastructure projects that benefit the public, that cost a minimum of $50,000 and have a lifespan of at least 5 years. So obviously projects that are improvement to schools, to libraries, to parks are perfect eligible projects. So please make sure to submit them. A couple other updates. This Friday, 2 of my bills are going to be signed into law by the mayor. One of my bills reduces fines across the board for small businesses, across every single city agency, because the small businesses are still being incredibly burdened by that. And my second bill transfers the Office of Nightlife to small business services so that we can make sure that the 25,000 nighttime businesses, bars, et cetera, are being supported by small business services. So those 2 of my bills will be signed. Wanted to also mention sanitation. I know that sanitation is one of the top issues for many people. We are constantly contacted by this. To refresh everyone's recollection, I've increased litter basket pickups since I've been in the council to 4 times a day. And we also brought back our novel rat mitigation program, which we launched last year on East 86th Street and had a close to 100% eradication of rats in the tree pits. To be clear, that doesn't mean we're not going to see rats. It just means that in the tree pits, we've had a tremendous amount of success in focusing on this. And now we are going to bring our exterminator to any block in the district where you're seeing rats. So just reach out to my office if you feel that you're seeing a lot of rats on your street, and we'd be happy to send our exterminator. Two more other updates to tram. Last month, I received a lot of concerns about the tram and safety issues, that it was swaying. And so I wrote a letter to REAC. They responded, and they are doing additional safety measures on the tram. They believe that there was an issue with digital connectivity, and so they're looking into that. But it's my understanding that now the tram issues are so much better. But if you're feeling otherwise and you are having issues, please reach out to us again. And lastly, I just want to mention turkey giveaways. We have a lot of turkey giveaways that we're doing. On Monday at noon, we'll be at Stanley Isaacs helping to give away turkeys. We're also going to be on Tuesday at Lenox Hill Neighborhood House at noon doing a turkey giveaway as well. And so thank you, CB8. Happy to answer questions if there's time.
Unfortunately, we have a very full agenda, so we're not going to have time for questions this time. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks so much. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, next up is Tameen Ula on Zoom. I apologize if I've mispronounced your name.
You should have a prompt to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tameen, and I'm a student from the CUNY School of Public Health, advocating for the advancement of education, particularly in food, agriculture, and nutrition. I would like to emphasize the pressing need for comprehensive agriculture and nutrition education programs in New York, considering the unique challenges faced by the educators and the potential positions outcome for our community. So the integration of agriculture into our education field has the potential to significantly improve the community's health, increasing access to fresh produce. This in turn contributes to the overall well-being of our students, motivating them to have make healthy food choices and develop lifelong habits. Existing programs like Farm to School have demonstrated the success not only of supporting local economy, but also enhancing students' health literacy. So educators, particularly in the bustling metropolis of New York City, encounter challenges in integrating agriculture into the curricula while aligning with state standards. The urban landscape presents unique hurdles as well, such as the limited green spaces and equipment to enhance the classroom setting. Despite these challenges, I believe that agriculture education holds the key in positive social change, where collaborative efforts for involving various stakeholders, including educators, policymakers, and community leaders, essential to overcome these challenges. By doing so, we take significant steps towards fostering a new generation of students with a deeper appreciation for the environment and the importance of sustainable practices. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Jyoti Grover.
Hello.
You can
Good
unmute.
evening. Yes, thank you. Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jyoti Grover, and I am a constituent of CB8. I am also, like Tameen, going to speak about Bill A00395. This bill aims to integrate the instruction in food, agriculture, and nutrition in all of New York State's elementary and high school education curriculum. Over 30% of school-going children in New York are either obese or overweight. They have varied patterns of food consumption. Nutrition education can help children make informed food choices, teach them about how food is sourced, utilized, and help them connect with their culture and tradition. I'm sure you will all agree when I say that quality food and nutrition education supports learning and equips children and families with knowledge and skills they need to adopt lifelong healthy habits. Free meals for New York City schools has ensured regular meals to improve nutrition. This was passed by Mayor Adams on June 6, 2023, which unveils a roadmap on food education across New York City with the same ideology as Bill A00395. We need to equip our children to make informed decisions with regards to food and nutrition. My daughter, who went to Eastside Middle School, benefited from an after-school class, which was on the same format as this bill. It helped her make better food choices with regards to nutrition. I'm speaking here today to share information about this bill, which is currently sitting with the Assembly on Education since January 9, 2023. I request you all to make any initiative in your capacity to advocate or elevate this bill so our school-going children benefit from its passing. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. All right, next we will go to DJ Foxon.
DJ, if you're in the Zoom room, I do not see you, so use the reactions icon and find the raise hand button. I'm not seeing anything, so.
Okay, let's go to Andrew Fine next, please.
Andrew, you can unmute.
Thank you. First, I want to be the first but not the last to thank Russell for his service as chair of CB8. You've been amazing, tireless, and the amount of energy that you put into this is underappreciated, but very much appreciated. I'm in from the eVehicle Safety Alliance. We can be reached at nyc-evsa@outlook.com. I was down at City Hall today to advocate on 2 items. Number 1 was to advocate against Intro 417 that sought to curtail the community board's input in bike lanes in New York City. The goal was by the far left to reduce the time that it takes to get a bike lane approved from 90 days to 14 days, which would certainly not be enough time for the community board to have an adequate consideration. Secondly, I was there to advocate for Bob Holden's bill 0758, which would register every single e-bike in New York City. We all know that e-bikes are a scourge upon us now. They're running wild on our streets and sidewalks, blowing red lights. They're injuring our members. We have people with broken bones, paralysis, and unfortunately, in the case of Priscilla Loke, death by hands of a city bike going in the wrong direction. The bottom line here is that we do have co-sponsors in Julie being the first in Manhattan to co-sponsor 0758, and Keith has signed on. This is greatly appreciated. If you want to join the cause, please reach out to us at nyc-evsa@outlook.com. And Russell, thanks again for your service. And
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's go next to Mubin Siddiqui, please.
Thank you, Russell. I would like to echo the comments of the gentleman before. Russell, it's been an honor and a pleasure to have worked with you. I'm very grateful for all the support you provided and the leadership you provided in CB8. My name is Mubin, and I'm talking on behalf of Muslim Volunteers for New York. Most of our team is a resident of your district. I happen to live in Midtown, but our organization serves the needs of all of New York City. I'm here to really talk about a Thanksgiving food drive that we have each year. This is our 9th drive. It's a very important drive. It serves 3 of the largest food pantries in New York City, including the New York Common Pantry that's in your district. Each pantry has told us that each year their needs have gotten more acute. Food insecurity seems to be on the rise. This year's the most acute since we have been serving all of these pantries. So I would really request that all of you open your hearts and consider helping out New Yorkers. This drive helps people of all ages, including homebound seniors. We support the New York Common Pantry, the West Side Campaign Against Hunger, as well as City Meals on Wheels. I have put the drive flyer as well as the donation link in the chat. So I really appreciate the time you've given me, and hopefully all of you will consider helping our New Yorkers in need. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Next, let's go to Rich O'Malley.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for letting me speak tonight to the community board. I am here tonight. I live on East 70th Street, around the corner from the establishment seeking a cannabis license at 1308 2nd Avenue. I'm here to support them. I have shopped there. I have met them. I have talked to them. They have talked to me. And I do believe they are going about this the right way. And they are the kind of cannabis dispensary that we would want in our community. When I went there, they took time to speak to me about specific issues that I was having, asked pointed questions. I felt very much like I was talking to a pharmacist. Nothing felt shady. Nothing felt like they were trying to get away with something or push something on me. It was a real conversation, and I appreciated that about them. And I would point back to what the gentleman said earlier, the counsel for the other establishment. This is all about the owner-operators, and they are going to dictate the tone of their shops. They know what's going to fly. They know what's not going to fly. And they're here doing it the right way. They're coming before the community board, seeking their license, trying to get their business started on the right foot with the community. And I've seen when it goes the other way. I work down by Bryant Park, and there are myriad shops popping up all over the place. They blare music out of their open doors. They have strobe lights going. They have people outside like hitting things, slapping things, saying like, hey, free pre-roll, hey, free pre-roll. And it's just the wrong way to go about an establishment like this. And it's why some of them have bad names. I would never support something like that in our neighborhood. I do think that I can see the difference, and I appreciate that about them. So I wholeheartedly wish that the community board will grant their request tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go next to Judy Birdie, please.
Good evening. Greetings from out here in the river on Roosevelt Island. We've had a very successful early voting for the city council, and election day also worked out fine. We thank the officers from the 19th precinct who come and do our security for citywide elections. We're getting along pretty well with our limited transportation, though of course more bus service would always be helpful. REAC and the MTA have been diligent in keeping the community updated, and especially our elected officials who are keeping an eye on all that goes on this island. We understand the MTA is having a public meeting with a construction update next Monday, which we plan on attending, since there will be details of how this construction project is going and about how long it's going to take. It's already been since August 28th. Last night, the tram management gave an update on the few tram stoppages and how they're being handled. The stoppages the cabin usually stops just short of the Manhattan station and swings for a few minutes. The problem is a Wi-Fi interruption, and new Wi-Fi equipment and special Wi-Fi that's needed for the tram is being investigated, and hopefully it'll improve the few stoppages we have. Any one of us that remember the old tram, there were a lot of stoppages and it was a much more windy ride. So, this is just a brief interruption, and I'm sure it's going to be solved very soon. We're also getting REAP's Public Safety to be more attentive and responsive to the way they handle people at the Manhattan tram station when there are large groups of people there. A lot of our seniors and disabled have been rudely treated by public safety. The Historical Society is happily starting new programs in December at our branch, and we will be sending out publicity. Thank you so much, Russell. You're a great leader, and thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's go next to Erica Vladimir.
Hi, everybody. I apologize for my voice. I'm currently recovering from COVID, but I did want to join this meeting to speak in favor for the small business that is seeking a cannabis license at 1308 2nd Avenue. Look, I think legalized marijuana is here to stay. And in a neighborhood that is desperate for small businesses to come up and establish themselves here, we should be doing everything we can to support any entrepreneur who's looking to establish themselves here in our Upper East Side. I am also a constituent of Community Board 8. I live 2 doors down from 1308 2nd Avenue. I have frequented their establishment and they have been nothing but kind to me. I suffer from endometriosis, which is incredibly painful and causes significant nausea. And I felt cared for and a ton of compassion from multiple staff who work at 1308 2nd Avenue. And the last thing I want to say is I recognize that we want to protect our children, but if a high school student is going to want to find marijuana, they're going to do it. And what we should be doing is not punishing a friendly small business. We should be giving them the same benefit of the doubt that we give whiskey and wine across the street, that they're going to card people who come in and ensure that high schoolers and I guess daycare attendees will not be buying marijuana from them. And we should be doing everything we can to support small businesses. So I'm in favor of the establishment at 1308 2nd Avenue, and I do support their cannabis license.
Thank you. So we have 2 more comments from the public on Zoom. So I just want to let the folks from the board who have signed up to speak in the public session that if you want to sort of start making your way to the microphone, you can do that. There's 3 of you. Next, let's go to Lo Vandervalk.
Yes, my name is Lo Vandervalk. I'm representing Carnegie Hill Neighbors. I'm speaking to the application at the Landmarks Committee this past Monday that will come before you in this meeting at 1149 Park Avenue. It's a row house and that is adding to the roof. We opposed this, and so did the neighbors at the apartment building of 1155. But we understand that there was a good faith effort being made by the architectural firm Robert A.M. Stern and the preservationists Higgins Quaysbarth. And though there were some communications problems, both of the sponsors working for the owner have agreed to meet with us and also the folks next door at 1155 to see if there are some ameliorations possible. And we understand that this board will approve it, that being the recommendation of the committee. But we look forward to working with the representatives of the owner. Finally, I want to thank Russell Squire for the tremendous work he's done during his term, and we so appreciate his in-depth knowledge and his willingness to engage the issues. So thank you, Russell. And that's the end of my talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go next to Sam Lowe.
Hi, thank you. I've never spoken at a committee board meeting before, so I apologize if I'm not familiar with the format or the correct, if this is the correct place to bring up my concern. I have a child that attends a school where the school bus stops on 59th Street and First Avenue. So this is a bus that picks up elementary students, and at that location, it's disgusting. There's a ton of urine and human feces that's been all over the sidewalk for months. And I've made multiple requests to New York City 311 for the Department of Sanitation, Department of Homeless Services to come and check out the situation, hopefully get it cleaned up, and hopefully provide some service to whatever vagrants might be living on under the bridge or on the other. I think the people that might be causing that situation live on the other side of the avenue, and they use the east side of the avenue as their toilet. If you've ever gone to Trader Joe's and you've had to walk under that bridge tunnel area on First Avenue, you probably have smelled that hard, rancid smell. I've reached out to Keith Power's office. I was hoping that Julie Menon would still be on the line. Hopefully someone can do something about this situation. The situation has been ongoing for months and months at a time. Every ticket that I've opened with New York City 311 Department of Sanitation has been closed, and they've said that there is no condition there. I don't understand how they could possibly not. They said they've sent people out to that location and there's nothing, no problem there. I don't understand a tiny issue like this, how something like this can't get addressed. And if 311 behaves in this way just to like shut down a minor request like this, I can't imagine how anything possibly can get done for any community in the city.
So what I'll have you do is call our office at 212-758-4340 or email us at info@cb8m.com. And one of my team will reach out to the Department of Sanitation and help liaise between them and you to make sure that you get this addressed.
Thank you. All right, let's go to Judy Schneider next.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here representing the East 60s Neighborhood Association. And for the first time in 3 years, we are going back to having an in-person holiday sing at TD Bank at 67th Street, right down the corner where you walk tonight, and First Avenue. And this is our flyer that will be going out. And it's going to start at, it's Monday, December 4th, and it's going to start at 5:15, and it'll last for a half hour. We have songbooks. We will have carolers dressed in costume, and the only thing we ask for is that you bring a wrapped toy in its original packaging from the manufacturer. No fuzzy toys, please. And then your gifts will be delivered to the ambulatory pediatrics of New York Presbyterian Hospital, Weill Cornell on East 70th Street. And then we have a shopping tip that we have a brand new merchant called Learning Express Toys on 3rd Avenue and 63rd. So if anyone has a problem buying toys, they can go there, because I know many of the toy stores have closed. And I have a few copies if anyone wants one. Oh, I'm sorry, I messed that up. December 4th, Monday night, 5:15 to 5:45. And then people from the hospital come and they say a few words. They're very grateful for all the toys that they get.
Thank you. All right, next, Alita Camp.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alita Camp. I'm chair of the CB8 Arts Committee, and I'm just telling you that we have a craft fair coming up on February 10th at Wagner Middle School on East 75th or 76th Street. So if you're a crafter, please submit. The flyer from CB8 will be going out tomorrow, I understand. So just follow the instructions. And if you are a member of the public, please put it on your calendar and join us on February 10th. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Andrea Coleman.
Okay, all right, thank you. Greetings all. I represent humanity. Ecclesiastes 3, verse 8 says, there is a time to love, a time to hate, a time for war, and a time for peace. The conflict, the carnage in Israel has to stop. As a minister of the gospel, I see through the lens of Christ. Slaughter of innocent people is not right, it is demonic. Not honoring international rules of war is a violation. There's guilt on both sides. October 7th was horrific. I, as well as other clergy, call out and cry out for peace. We cry out for a ceasefire. Destroying land, forcibly displacing people, and bombing schools and hospitals, etc., is devastating. That's ethnic cleansing. I pray that peace is met and that Israel can become a shared state for all who occupy the land. This globe, that land, is God's land. May the Lord move in a mighty way. Study this conflict. It goes way back, many, many decades. Peace be still. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that is it for the public session. So we will now go on with the agenda. The next item is a presentation on City of Yes for economic opportunity from the Department of City Planning. And just as they're getting ready to, I guess they're going to be on Zoom, but just so everybody here understands the sort of process for this for us, we're going to hear a presentation from the department tonight. Board members will have some time, a limited amount of time to ask some questions here tonight. Any questions that we don't get to, you can submit to us in writing. Public can submit questions in writing. We are going to take this up again and actually discuss it and do the formal public hearing on this at our full board meeting and land use meeting next month. It's a combined meeting. So that's sort of the procedure here, just so everybody's familiar with it. And with that, we will turn it over to the Department of City Planning.
Olivia and Carolyn, you both can unmute.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Terrific. Hi all and good evening, and thank you for attending tonight. My name is Olivia Olmos. I'm the City Planning Liaison for Community Board 8. I'm joined by Carolyn Grossman-Meager, Director of Regional Planning, and bringing a native's knowledge as she grew up in Yorkville. And tonight we'll talk about City Planning's text amendment, City of Yes, Zoning for Economic Opportunity to support growing jobs and small businesses with more flexible zoning. And I'll provide an overview of the text amendment, but more detailed information on the zoning text is available on DCP's website and within our zoning application portal. This presentation should take around 30 minutes and we'll reserve time at the end for questions. City of Yes for Economic Opportunity is one of 3 citywide initiatives to modernize and update our zoning regulations to support small businesses, create affordable housing, and promote sustainability, all part of the mayor's vision for a more inclusive and equitable City of Yes. The proposal is the second citywide reform to our zoning resolution. The first proposal was City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality, which was designed to help New York City meet its goal of reducing carbon emissions by 80% by 2050. And tonight's proposal will be followed by City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, which is really a citywide approach to the housing crisis to expand and diversify the housing supply to meet housing needs and support housing equity. And this proposal is expected to start public review next spring. For the last year and a half, we've been listening and learning from well over 100 groups, including small business owners, Chamber of Commerce, business improvement districts, industrial service providers, amongst others, across the city to understand how zoning may interfere with establishing a business. And we've held 5 public info sessions. We've heard from countless New Yorkers about these various challenges. And a lot of what we've heard is that New York's a really tough place to run a business, and that dealing with government regulation can be slow, can be frustrating, can be confusing. So when fewer people can start businesses, more storefronts become vacant, and businesses are forced to leave neighborhoods or the city overall just to expand. So where does zoning play a role when it comes to businesses in the city? Well, zoning defines hundreds of uses or business types and sorts those uses by zoning district to regulate allowed business activities in certain spaces. But zoning's regulation on businesses hasn't been updated in 60 plus years, proving outdated and counterproductive to business activity. And some examples of this are when zoning prevents a bar from advertising what time a band comes on, or zoning that sets a strict square footage limit on how much space a bakery can devote to baking. So basically, we want to make sure our zoning works for our economy and isn't working against it. The 18 citywide proposed zoning changes apply to all 5 boroughs and 59 community districts. And the proposals have a distinct impact on Community District 8. So here's a snapshot of the economy. As of this year, using figures from the New York State Department of Labor, CB8 has 155,000 jobs spread across a range of economic sectors. And using Live XYZ, a data services company that provides us with citywide information, CB8 has approximately 4,270 storefronts, with a wide range of business types occupying those spaces. And about 15% of these storefronts are vacant, and that rate is relatively consistent throughout Manhattan, but overall higher than the city's storefront vacancy rate. And these proposed zoning changes would make it easier to fill empty storefront spaces by giving businesses more certainty on where they can locate and what they can do within their space. So how do we achieve zoning changes that support the city's businesses? First, we want to make it easier for businesses to find that space to grow. The main way we propose to do that is by lifting zoning barriers so businesses can locate closer to their customers. Second, we want to support growing industries by reducing obstacles for emerging business types, which would allow them to locate across the city and create jobs. Third, we want to foster vibrant neighborhoods by ensuring that businesses contribute to active, safe, and walkable streets. And fourth, we want to create new opportunities for businesses to open in the future, and we do that by creating zoning tools to boost job growth and expand businesses in all boroughs. Altogether, we have 18 proposals focused on lifting zoning barriers, and the first 6 of the 18 proposals share the goal of making it easier for businesses to find space to locate near customers and grow. Outside of our commercial corridors, there are thousands of storefronts and other commercial businesses that provide vital access to local goods and services for people who may live further away from the nearest commercial corridor. And many of these storefronts predate current zoning, so they're not allowed under current zoning. And if a storefront were to go vacant for more than 2 years, in many residential areas in the city, there's no pathway through zoning to reoccupy that commercial space, and therefore they have to remain vacant. So storefronts that are deemed non-conforming face this arbitrary 2-year time clock for reactivation, or else they have to remain vacant in certain zoning districts, including R1 through R4 and R8 through R10 and historic districts. And this is a major contributor of vacancy throughout the city. So what we're proposing is to remove the 2-year time clock to allow vacant storefronts to become reoccupied. On this map, the green overlay shows the areas in which this proposal applies in CB8. Proposal 2 is all about allowing consistent uses in similar zoning districts. So today, our retail corridors are typically zoned C1 or C2, and then our higher density, more centrally located businesses are typically zoned C4, C5, C6. And in many parts of the city, certain areas have similar zoning districts, but are located on the same corridor or on opposite sides of the street, but they allow different business types, like allowing a bike shop on the left side of the street, but if you wanted to rent a bike, you'd have to cross over to the right side of the street. So what we're proposing is to simplify the differences between similar kinds of zoning districts and make it easier for businesses to know where they can locate by allowing a consistent mix of businesses across our C1 and C2s and allowing a consistent mix of businesses across our C4s through C6s. This proposal would also remove restrictions on ground floors in our C4 and C5 districts and some special purpose districts where certain businesses are allowed to locate above the ground floor, but are prohibited from locating in an empty ground floor storefront. So this will allow all permitted commercial uses like art studios or instructional facilities or clothing rental shops to locate on the ground floor. Proposal 3, despite changes in tech and a vastly different economy, the way our city's zoning rules treat maker businesses is somewhat stuck in the past. So what Proposal 3 would do is allow small-scale clean production like pottery studio, a coffee roaster, a jewelry artist to locate for the first time in commercial districts instead of being confined to manufacturing districts. And right now, zoning allows limited kinds of manufacturing to occur in Midtown, but it restricts most kinds of production to the city's industrial areas. So while these businesses would be subject to environmental standards to make sure they're not negatively impacting neighbors, Proposal 3 would allow New Yorkers to make things and to sell them in the same storefront space. Proposal 4 is about modernizing the city's loading rules for existing buildings. Today, if a clean production business wants to move into an empty office building, they wouldn't be required to change the amount of parking provided, but they may trigger a rule for additional loading docks. And this may require the tenant to cut an additional loading dock or two into the side of the building just to be able to occupy the space, regardless of how much loading or unloading the tenant wants or needs. And this can be expensive, infeasible, or even result in a business's inability to find a space that meets their needs. So we want to enable adaptive reuse of existing buildings. And just to note, newer buildings would still have to add the appropriate number of loading docks for mix of uses within that building. Proposal 5 would expand opportunity for commercial uses above the ground floor. And although zoning allows many buildings to have a mix of residential and commercial uses, zoning sometimes restricts businesses from being able to use upper floors. In higher density areas, commercial uses are allowed above the first and second floors, but you can't have residences and commercial uses on the same floor in residential buildings. In that scenario, commercial activities can't locate above residences. So we want to enable renovations. We also want to allow new construction in mixed-use buildings in places where it makes sense. And that could be like locating commercial in C4, C5, or C6 on the same level or above residences. And these changes would require complete separation between uses. So that what that means is separate entrances, separate elevators, and also separate lobbies. And our current zoning is outdated in the way it classifies businesses. So proposal 6 would update antiquated terms like shoddy manufacturing and typewriter repair that make it really confusing for newer businesses like cell phone repair shops to understand where they're allowed to locate and what they can do in their space. We're proposing simplification and modernization of zoning terms used to classify businesses. Our second goal includes proposals 7 through 11, and it focuses on supporting growing industries by reducing zoning obstacles for emerging businesses. So businesses that want to operate indoor agriculture facilities, such as vertical farming within commercial areas, they face uncertainty within today's zoning rules. If you're a florist or a plant shop, it's unclear how much of your business can be located on the outdoor part of your lot. And current zoning makes it clear that outdoor agriculture is allowed, but we want to clarify that indoor agriculture is allowed in a greenhouse or enclosed building in commercial areas. So if you're a florist or a plant shop, yes, a portion of your business can locate outdoors. And if you're an indoor agriculturalist growing, say, hydroponic tomatoes, that's a permitted use in commercial areas. And if you obtain a license from the state, you can grow cannabis indoors as well. Proposal 8 focuses on life science labs. For some context, in 1990, DCP created a life sciences special permit, which allowed use group 17 labs in C6 districts, previously only permitted as of right in manufacturing districts. And under this expansion, additional labs were built. And then in 2016, a life science memo was created by EDC and DOB, allowing life science uses in R districts or C districts as community facilities. And then in 2021, for CB8's New York Blood Center, we expanded the text amendment to include C27 districts. And all this context relates to zoning for economic opportunity, and it kind of clarifies how the New York Blood Center memo is improved by our new proposal. And since life sciences is a growing industry, we want to make clear what kinds of activities are allowed in commercial areas so that innovative companies can grow without zoning getting in the way. What our proposal does is it gives an updated definition of labs, allowing them to locate in commercial districts, C1 as well as C2, since what we're doing is collapsing the use distinction between C1 and C2, so long as they don't present environmental hazards. And this change will grant labs the advantage of locating closer to research centers, whether that's hospitals or universities. So several years ago, the city removed discriminatory cabaret laws from the city's code, but zoning still prohibits dancing from occurring in many areas of the city. So under existing zoning, restaurants and bars face confusing regulations on whether they can host concerts, dance events, comedy shows, or open mic nights. And the rules are being simplified to now be influenced by the size of the venue rather than the type of activity taking place. So this proposal would allow smaller venues in neighborhood commercial corridors and then larger venues in higher density or industrially zoned areas. So zoning has pretty outdated terms for defining experiential amusement businesses like virtual reality or children's arcades, and it restricts these kinds of businesses to Coney Island or the city's industrial areas. So what we would do is simplify and modernize how zoning treats amusements and recreational activities, and we would clarify that these businesses are allowed on neighborhood streets if at a small scale and located indoors, and then are allowed at a larger scale if located in dense commercial areas like Midtown. So many New Yorkers start their businesses in their home, and zoning allows for a wide range of home business types. That could be lawyers, jewelry makers, music teachers. But in recent years, the pandemic has obviously changed how we work from home. Zoning hasn't necessarily kept up, and it's prohibited specific occupations from conducting businesses from home, like barbers or, say, interior decorators. So what we want to do is enable entrepreneurship with modern rules for home-based businesses while maintaining safeguards to ensure that home-based businesses remain good neighbors, which includes maintaining noise or environmental rules, limiting signage, and only selling goods that are produced on site. Third goal has proposals 12 through 14, and it fosters vibrant neighborhoods by ensuring businesses contribute to active, safe, and walkable streets. We think that economic vibrancy should include how businesses are interacting with their surroundings, but right now, inconsistent existing streetscape regulations are resulting in business activity that's spilling into the public right of way and creating unpleasant and unsafe conditions, specifically for pedestrians and cyclists. So while streetscape rules have been put in place in special districts and through rezonings, in many parts of the city still experience conditions like long blank walls, which break up retail streets and create safety concerns for pedestrians. But often there's no rules that are preventing new buildings from further worsening these conditions. What we want to do is create easy and consistent rules for commercial ground floor design and focus most on areas with high pedestrian activity, and then create more relaxed rules in the city's auto-oriented commercial corridors. And to continue Proposal 12, this new streetscape framework has 3 cumulative tiers, and that would apply to new construction, but also in cases when a significant alteration requires DOB sign-off. So Tier A explains how in most commercial districts or light industrial districts where residents are allowed blank walls beyond 50 feet, you'd have to meet mitigation requirements, whether that's a mural, some sort of planting, or some form of transparency. And then Tier B, which includes all that applies under Tier A, requires that parking is located to the side or rear of a zoning lot where feasible, and that new drive-throughs undergo a discretionary process through the BSA to ensure that they don't cause unsafe pedestrian conditions. And inside the transit zone, commercial overlays or districts with R5 density or above, they'd prohibit ground floor residential units on the frontage and place a 50-foot cap on lobby length and implement minimum transparency regs while ensuring that parking is fully enclosed. And then Tier C consists of special purpose districts and other designated geographies in the zoning resolution, in addition to all those regulations above of Tiers A and Tier B. So within the special transit land use district, The proposal would update special use regulations within commercial districts. So uses next to subway entrances would be subject to the proposed streetscape regulations requiring these active uses at grade. There's also special ground floor streetscape regulations within the special Madison Avenue Preservation District, like ensuring active frontages by allowing a really wide and consistent range of uses on those ground floor spaces. So that would be things like uses like offices and small scale production would be subject to size limits to ensure that they're appropriate on these active frontages. There'd be no parking or loading berths on these frontages. They'd have to meet a minimum 50% requirement of ground floor frontage to consist of retail or service or entertainment uses. And then the additional regulations for ground floor building elements, like what I mentioned, transparency, minimum use depth, maximum lobby dimensions, or limits on blank walls, and also locational rules for curb cuts. So auto servicing and repair are typically treated as industrial businesses, and they're located far from retail streets and residential neighborhoods. And exceptions exist that allow auto repair and storage activities to spill out onto the sidewalk and neighborhood commercial streets. And obviously that creates pedestrian safety concerns. So what we're proposing here is to consolidate zoning rules about the range of auto servicing uses with two proposed categories: light and heavy vehicle repair and maintenance. So heavy vehicle maintenance would be licensed by the state DMV, and that would continue to be allowed in industrial areas, whereas light vehicle repair could locate elsewhere after appealing to the Board of Standards and Appeals. So today, zoning doesn't allow for delivery activity within buildings, except in industrial areas. And what that does is it forces activity to occur on sidewalks and streets. Current zoning makes it difficult to facilitate safe and sustainable hubs for delivery businesses that we might want to see in the future. What we're proposing here is a new type of zoning use called micro distribution facility, and that'll allow businesses to locate on a small scale in commercial areas, and that'll encourage deliveries to shift to alternative modes of transport supported by rules like transparent windows in areas with greater pedestrian activity. And basically the idea is that micro distribution facilities will regulate and create local hubs for these safe and sustainable deliveries to occur. Our fourth goal, the final goal, has proposals 15 through 18, and it creates new opportunities for businesses to open by establishing new zoning tools to boost job growth and business expansion. The zoning resolution contains tools to initiate a discretionary process to change an area's underlying regulations. So that could be special permits from the Board of Standards and Appeals. That could be the City Planning Commission's authorizations or special permits. And it's also zoning districts. So to update the zoning toolkit, our final four proposals create new discretionary zoning tools for the future economic success of the city. So many large-scale residential developments like NYCHA campuses are zoned as residence districts, and that means that retail services and maker spaces can't locate here. They can't easily locate here. And this law places residents further away from local goods and services, but our proposal would create a CPC authorization to allow up to 15,000 square feet of commercial space in existing or new construction on large-scale residential campuses, which would give residents greater access to basic necessities and give them space to grow a new business. And there are a lot of parts of the city that don't have a commercial district or commercial overlay where local needs are beyond walking distance from retail stores, like bodegas. Right now, there's no pathway through zoning other than a full area-wide rezoning to allow new neighborhood servicing storefronts to locate. We're creating a new corner store designation, a discretionary pathway for businesses to open new corner stores within 100 feet of an intersection, so long as there's no added environmental concerns or traffic congestion. And if there's a large scale development like a NYCHA campus, you can apply to the City Planning Commission to create new locally serving commercial space. Proposal 17 focuses on new or growing businesses that are looking to construct new buildings, looking at how they can run into zoning issues that limit the shape of their building. So for example, film studios sometimes struggle to build sound stages due to certain zoning rules like minimum height that the building must achieve before setback requirements. So here we're expanding zoning to allow businesses that can already locate but can't build the farm they want to appeal to the City Planning Commission for relief by initiating a process to waive zoning rules on a case-by-case basis. And our final proposal is Proposal 18. So in some cases, it's actually the zoning districts themselves, not the discretionary pathways that modify them, that are non-existent. And this can be seen in the city's manufacturing or M zones. Right now, low density options, physical design rules, and parking make it seem impossible to build loft-like buildings, even in areas where they already exist. So this proposal will create a range of new job-intensive zoning districts at a variety of densities and heights, and that'll expand the zoning toolkit for future rezonings. So these citywide proposals will benefit in CB8 in several different ways. This is an applicability map, and it shows different colored overlays that correlate with zoning districts. The orange table on the left shows changes introduced by specific numbered zoning proposals. And now I'll quickly run through applicability maps broken down by zoning district, but we can share, happy to share a handout after the presentation for further review that'll show the districts and their applicable zoning proposals. So this slide shows a map of CB8 with C1 districts highlighted in orange, and the table on the left shows various proposal numbers and descriptions that relate to C1 districts. So for example, you see proposal number 2 applies to C1 districts with a description of that proposal to the right of the proposal number. Here's an applicability map for C2 districts across CB8. And among the various zoning districts, there's a lot of overlap among the proposals. So for example, proposal number 3 is relevant in both C2 and C5 districts. And that's the case for a variety of these proposals. Here's applicability in C5 districts. And if you're sharp, you may notice that I skipped C4 and C6 districts, and that's because it covers a very small swath of CB8. But here we have the applicability map for residence districts or R districts. Here we have a map for manufacturing districts, M districts. And here we have the applicability for special purpose districts, which include special transit land use district, special Madison Avenue Preservation District, special Southern Roosevelt Island District, and the special park improvement district. So I'll close by sharing a roadmap of the process to come. So after more than a year of getting in front of as many different audiences as we can, presenting our solutions to the problems that businesses are facing and soliciting your feedback and questions about these proposals, we're in the process of going before every community board for public review. And a formal response letter is forthcoming, and CB8 will have several months to submit recommendations and resolutions, but this process will culminate in a city council vote sometime next spring. With that, I want to thank you for your time, and will now welcome any questions regarding the presentation. And I'll leave this slide up, which shows a summary of proposals. Thanks.
Thanks. So we're going to do 15 minutes of questions. So I saw Elizabeth Rose's hand first. If you can just keep it to questions, no comments, and try to be brief because there's a bunch of folks who have questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Russell. Hi, Olivia. Thank you so much for the presentation.
I'm having quite a bit of trouble hearing.
Oh yeah. So the people on Zoom are not going to be able to hear you very well. So there are 2 microphones that are on each end, and there's obviously that microphone as well.
Olivia, can you hear me now?
I can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have 3 questions for you. The proposal about reactivating currently vacant storefronts that are now non-compliant with their current zoning. Why isn't leaving them compliant with the current zoning a good thing? That is the intent of the current zoning. Why are grandfathered uses allowed in perpetuity if the storefront has become vacant? Those spaces could be reconverted by the building owner into some other purpose that is not retail or storefront. So that's question number one. Question number two, specifically related to allowing commercial use of second floors, as well as the broader proposal around mixed-use buildings and allowing commercial uses on residential floors, below residential floors, above residential floors, wherever. What analysis has been done about the potential of what the potential loss of residential space could be under that proposal? My concern here is that in a city with a housing crisis, you're proposing something that could significantly reduce housing units. So what analysis has been done? Has there been anything done specifically for CB8, but also citywide, of the potential loss of housing? And then the third, is you mentioned the New York Blood Center. We all know that there is a restrictive letter if the blood center does not, in fact, redevelop the building in as was approved by City Council. There is a rumor that this particular proposal for City of Yes of Economic Opportunity would, in fact, eliminate or make moot any such letters of restrictive agreements for upzoned or properties that were subject to individual ULURP. Can you please comment on that rumor, whether it is about City of Yes for Economic Opportunity, or if that might even be in City of Yes for Housing Opportunity? Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you for those questions. So the first question, as I understand it, is about grandfathered vacant buildings and about that 2-year vacancy window. And I'm going to hand it over to Carolyn to step in on that one.
Hi all, Carolyn Grossman-Moore, Director of Economic Development and Regional Planning at DCP. Thank you so much for the questions. You know what, I'll take them in reverse order because I think that's sort of how I hear it in complexity. And first, just to disabuse the notion of the rumor, thank you for bringing it to our attention. There's nothing about the proposals we're doing here that would undermine previously agreed special permit actions or the requirements attached to them. So we'll certainly look into that a little bit more to understand the root of the concern. But we are not, as a result of this proposal, affecting the approvals on the blood center project. Second, regarding the loss of residential, obviously that would be a huge concern. City planning is working very actively to look at opportunities to increase residential throughout the city. It was mentioned earlier by Olivia that we are working on City of Yes for Housing Opportunity as well. We don't see this project as creating a loss of residential. First, we're not introducing new areas of a building that would be available for commercial space per se. What we're doing is changing the stacking rules and the order in which residential and commercial can occur. So in a building today, in a C4 or higher district, you can occupy larger parts of a building with commercial space today. Residential units need to be below. There are certain exceptions to that in certain special districts in the city where we allow for the commercial to be above the residential, but we don't allow that citywide, and that actually creates problems, particularly in places like a conversion. If you have, for instance, an empty office building or a partially empty office building that might want to add residential units, in fact, the presence of commercial units on higher floors would not allow you, would preclude you from converting parts of the building to residential. We see that a lot
Carolyn,
in Midtown.
if I could just ask you to clarify, are you saying that the square footage that is allowed to be used for commercial versus residential would not change? that those would still, those percentages or whatever defines the amount that could be commercial versus residential would not change.
If what you're referring to is the FAR levels for any given district, that is also true. We are not making any adjustments to the densities proposed for commercial or residential use. We're also not changing physically where a place where you could locate residential or commercial. So, you know, if I had a building, you know, if I was building a building in a C4 district today, and I had the densities appropriate to build 8 stories, there is nothing today that precludes you from having commercial on the 8th story of that building necessarily, but the presence of residential on the 7th floor would preclude you from putting commercial on the 8th floor. But you could build the same building with the 7th floor commercial and the 8th floor residential. That's just a feature of how zoning works, to be quite prescriptive about the physical ordering of commercial or residential in the building. So not changing the amount of residential or commercial allowable. We are not changing where you can have it on its own. We are changing the juxtaposition of residential and commercial together, which again just gives flexibility, particularly in a really big building. And I want to just highlight one other really important feature here is that we've been very mindful about separated access, as Olivia mentioned, but also sound attenuation, right? We want to make sure that if there is a commercial use that goes above a residential use, that there's some separation and sound standards that need to be met. So we actually don't think that this particular provision is likely for anything but new construction or some of those larger conversion buildings. For a smaller building that hasn't already previously been built to have separate entrances, for instance, for commercial and residential, it's very hard and expensive to retrofit that. A lot of buildings on a smaller street, for instance, you see, you know, commercial maybe being accessed by a parlor level stair up to a 2nd story that had a doctor's office in it. So if you were built that way, you might be able to reoccupy that space. Very hard to, you know, add that 2nd stair to a building that was built to put residences on the 2nd story. And of course, things like rent stabilization and, you know, and other, you know, controls would also apply here. So for a lot of those reasons, we do not see this as really having a detrimental effect on the loss of residents. Quite the opposite. We think it enables some opportunities for conversion. The third one you mentioned around the discontinuance policies, and you know, I think there's nothing wrong with where it's possible for an old commercial storefront to convert to a residence. We see some some cases of that across the city, as you point out, that might add to our housing stock. What we're concerned about is cases where that's not possible, right? So you see a building that was built, you know, really to house a store, has the mechanicals for a storefront, has, you know, maybe glass all throughout the facade. That's not a very good candidate for a residential conversion. And there are cases throughout the city where those spaces that were built as a storefront maybe 100 years ago, have been mostly living as a storefront for 100 years, but went vacant perhaps during COVID, as so many of our businesses did. And what we're doing is having zoning stand in the way of those spaces being occupied, right? We don't want to say you must spend $100,000 to convert this to a residential unit, or never use the space again. We think it's reasonable if it was used as a storefront once, for it to be continued to be used as a storefront. We again there are many places in the city where that discontinuance rule does not apply, but we have places where that 2-year ticking time bomb is the difference between a space being able to put another small business in or not. So, just in summary, there's nothing wrong with, the opportunity for residences where it makes sense for an owner. that's a great outcome, but it is expensive and sometimes not physically possible to convert these spaces.
All right, Marco.
Thank you, Russell. I think I had to congratulate the idea of the micro distribution. So, Mr. Vesos, UPS, they don't use the street.
Just questions.
Yeah, just a comment of that. So my question and my comment is always, okay, let me put in context now. So the question is, always plan is going behind. Now, we are one of the densest community in the country. So that means that we have a lot of stores, we have a lot of schools, and still missing schools. Now we have a tsunami of cannabis stores. So have you ever planning in that direction? Because the problem is schools versus these providers. Thank you.
What was the question? The question is, have you accounted for the influx of new cannabis locations that we're now dealing with in the course of coming up with the proposal?
Sure.
And in particular in our
I'll
dense
jump in,
community.
Olivia, if I may. City planning has worked very closely with the state and the new offices of cannabis within New York City as the state has rolled out its license types. And I think this came up earlier in the meeting that there are new license types being issued by the state, but unfortunately, many businesses are selling cannabis or something they're calling cannabis. I don't know, but all of these shops are occurring without licenses that are granted by the state. So those are illegal businesses. And there are efforts underway by both the city and the state, as well as the city council, to address the enforcement challenge of these businesses illegally selling cannabis. From a zoning perspective, a cannabis shop is just a shop. So we don't have an additional tool with which to further make them illegal. They are, however, selling an illegal product, and there are efforts underway to try and address that large enforcement challenge, including, I believe, some recent measures upping the fines that the city can impose for some of these businesses. So we are aware. We have been a partner to the state in trying to interpret as the new laws come out. But because these are just are shops, they're just they're a very generic retail shop. It's the action of the unlicensed sale that's really the enforcement challenge, and not a zoning issue for us to solve.
Peggy.
Yes, thank you.
This will make this till 8:15.
Thank you. You said that 15% of the stores in our community are vacant. One of the fundamental problems, of course, is the rents that have been soaring that have driven out retailers. So one question is, what of your 18 proposals addresses the financial ability of retailers to actually afford to do business in our community? And the second is the fact that how do your proposals address the fact that so many retailers have been driven out by contractors tearing down the spaces available for mom and pop shops and putting up giant skyscrapers in our community? So those are the two fundamental problems I see that would-be retailers have in our community. I wonder how your proposals address that. Thank you.
Yeah, so Carolyn, feel free to jump in, but DCP's jurisdiction, our role, we oversee the zoning resolution. Rent control or rent of businesses isn't necessarily a tool that we have power over. So our proposal, and within the zoning tools we do have, will have the goal of lowering the cost of opening and operating these small businesses. And the goal is that by simplifying and modernizing zoning, we have the power to kind of eliminate somewhat confusing restrictions on where businesses can locate to hopefully lower vacancy and deal with issues of rent in that sense. But feel free to jump in, Carolyn.
No, I think that's exactly right, Olivia. I think we're really sensitive. It's an expensive city to do business in. We've heard that a lot from the business community. Some of that is rents, which we don't control. But we've heard a lot about really the cost of going through a permitting process and the cost of unclear regulations. It's not a victimless crime. When someone can't read the zoning resolution, it may be the difference between 6 months of legal fees or not. And so we're doing our part with the zoning to make it easier. We know that's not a magic wand or a silver bullet, but we do believe it will have an appreciative value to the small business community.
Okay, unfortunately, we're out of time. So just other questions, again, folks on the board, submit your questions in writing and we'll ask DCP and get answers. Similarly, folks in the community, if you have questions, we'll collect those and submit those and provide answers that we get back from DCP before the next meeting. So I just want to thank the presenters. Thank you guys very much for being here, Olivia and Carolyn. And with that, we're going to move on to the next segment of the meeting.
Thanks so much for the time. And if I might just put in a quick plug, nyc.gov/yes economic opportunity is where folks can get more information about the proposal and also send us any questions directly if you have them. So thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
we're also going to ask you for a copy of the presentation, so stay tuned for that. All right, next item on the agenda is adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion? Great. Second. Excellent. Anybody opposed? No? All right. Adoption of the last meeting's minutes. Anyone opposed? Very good. All right, let's do the Manhattan Borough President's report. Mina?
What?
You can come down at the.
Committee reports, that's where you'll be reporting from.
Hi, good evening. Hello. Okay. Hi, good evening, Community Board 8. Mina White, your community liaison on behalf of Borough President Mark Levine. So first, I just hope that everyone had a really great Veterans Day last weekend. Fortunately, the Borough President was able to put together an event alongside Councilmember Powers and Representative Nadler to host the Vets at the Met. Where the vets were able to come at the Metropolitan Museum on a day that it was closed and just tour art and, receive some veteran services that were there to table with organizations and things of those nature. Also, I will say it again.
A little louder.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. So Vets at the Met happened. So I hope everyone had a great Veterans Day. Also, 2 weekends ago, we also hosted a Manhattan Borough President Day of Action cleanup. One of the locations, we picked 5 locations throughout the borough. One of those locations was East 96th Street in the East River Esplanade. I believe the Parks Department got our list in advance or was listening to some of our announcements and cleaned 2 of the 5 locations, including the Esplanade. But that made our cleanup a little bit easier. But we do hope to host more cleanups in the warmer months. And I do just also want to say that earlier this month, the Borough President also held his Got to Go Instagram Live with the Got to Go Coalition with Teddy Siegel, and who founded the Got to Go Coalition. She's an influencer, a social media influencer who really kind of helped us become more aware of the fact that we do not have, there's a dearth of public restrooms in the city. So as a city that many folks travel to, the fact that we don't have public restrooms is really a problem now only for tourists, but also just for New Yorkers in general. So as you know, last year, the city council did pass a legislation passed via Councilmember Rita Joseph in support of the Borough President, which was Intro 258, which the city will study an ideal location per each zip code of where a public restroom should be installed. However, there are 2 other additional supplemental legislative bills that the Borough President is really continuing to push, and that is Intro 1154, which would be the introduction of a long-term plan for the city to implement to have 1 bathroom per 2,000 residents by 2035. And that second legislation would be Intro 1076, which would make public bathrooms accessible via a city website in municipal buildings. So public bathrooms in municipal buildings will be available to the public via a city website. And that's Intro 1076. I also just wanted to uplift that about 2 weeks ago, the borough president did join Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg in his support and in support of expanding the definition of hate crimes, as we're seeing a rise of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and so much hate, unfortunately, that this definition of hate crimes really needs to be expanded. And so the borough president stood in support with DA Bragg on that and the state legislation that will be coming out to support it. And also, as many of you know, sorry, this is a little long, but as many of you know, as community board members, but also the community at large who's listening, we do have our community leadership training series that's happening throughout this week. And the last one will be on December 4th, which will be virtual. But this is just about an hour training that's happening almost every day. There'll be 2 tomorrow. So usually they're at 12 or 5:30. Tomorrow we'll be having an informational training with open data with Beta NYC, and also a land use 101 training session at 5:30. So all of those sessions you can sign up online. Again, this is community leadership training series with Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine. There's 2 that we'll be having in person, one this Friday. That's at 12 o'clock at John Jay College, and that is on community emergency preparedness. And so we're working with the state on that. And so for those who are interested and can attend in person, that'll only be in person. There'll be a little emergency bag toolkit that we'll also be giving away. So we're just asking that you please go on the website and RSVP so that we can get a good head count on how many folks would like a bag as well. And of course, Monday we'll be having a Narcan training, and that will be a hybrid. So that'll be virtual, but also in person at our office at 1 Center Street on the 19th floor. So again, that one is at 12 o'clock as well on Monday, next week, Monday. So for those who are interested, please sign up. And then also just, you beat us to it, but of course, DCP is doing their job and making sure that they're going to all community boards, but the borough president also will ensure that DCP is also at borough board tomorrow. So there'll be 2 presentations. One, of course, specifically for CB8 and how the City of Yes economic plan will impact Community Board 8, but also they'll also be giving an overview on how the City of Yes economic plan will impact Manhattan as a whole at Borough Board tomorrow. So that will be online, and you also can join that via our website as well. And I do also, just to report back on what happened at last month's Borough Board, we were able to pass unanimously the passing of a statewide right to counsel legislation that I know your housing committee has also passed back in April. So thank you for being really pioneers in ensuring that that was happening. And so happy that, of course, Borough President Levine, who is one of the sponsors of that legislation when it originated in the council, is now really looking for that to be expanded statewide. And that's pretty much it. As we heard, one of the public speakers, they said they do have COVID. So COVID is still amongst us. So please, folks, if you are one of those who are more vulnerable, please wear a mask. You can also find locations for pharmacies to make appointments at vaccinefinder.nyc.gov. So with the leadership training series, again, it's online community leadership training series at Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine's website, but I also have flyers and I've left it on the table here as well. So thank you again.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move now to elected official reports. So elected official representatives who are on Zoom, please raise your hands. Anybody who's here in person, please do line up. And we are going to start with Jesse Kay.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I would also like to say thank you to Russell Squire for, your service to the community board. I know we all really appreciate it, and we're sad to see you go. Tonight, I just have a couple announcements. Councilmember Powers is very happy to share that the New York City Council did vote to pass the Sweet Truth Act. I heard someone mention it earlier this evening. That he introduced last year, which would require chain restaurants to label menu items that have a sugar content exceeding 100% or more of the daily value or added sugars. This law will help New Yorkers make more informed decisions on their daily intake of sugar, which will lead to healthier lifestyles. Also, last week, he introduced a piece of legislation, Intro 1243, which would amend the city's nuisance abatement law to make it easier and quicker to shut down the illegal smoke shops. The amendment to the nuisance abatement law would clarify that the distribution for sale, selling at wholesale or retail, or delivering to consumers of any cannabis, cannabis product, medical cannabis, or cannabinoid hemp or hemp extract product without the appropriate registration, license, or permit issued by New York State is a public nuisance subject to permanent and preliminary injunctions. It would also make the above mentioned public nuisances subject to temporary closing orders and temporary restraining orders. This will provide the city with an additional tool to close down illegal shops in an efficient and methodical manner so that we can start dealing with the proliferation of these establishments. And lastly, the council member just wanted to thank everyone who attended our Vets at the Met event last week in honor of Veterans Day, as well as the staff at the Met and the office of Borough President Mark Levine and Congressman Jerry Nadler. We were able to give over 200 veterans and their guests free access to the Met. And it was a great way to honor those who've served our country. That's about it from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Hannah Wienerman.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm Hannah Wienerman from Congressman Jerry Nadler's office. So Congress has averted a government shutdown with the House passing a continuing resolution with funding through January. It goes to the Senate for passage. We sent out a newsletter, I think it was a week or two ago, but in which Congressman Nadler is thrilled to announce the billions of dollars in federal support for transportation projects, including phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue subway and Gateway Tunnel, made possible by the bipartisan infrastructure law. The phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue subway received $3.4 billion, which now assures the future extension to 125th Street and eliminates a longstanding transit desert while building new connections to the Metro North and Lexington Avenue line. The Gateway program received an additional $3.8 billion, and construction on the Hudson Yards concrete casing has begun. This marks a major step closer to expanding reliability and resiliency on the most heavily used passenger rail line in the country. Also announced was a $1.64 billion to connect Metro North to Penn Station and $1.6 billion to renew the East River tunnels to Penn Station, creating new connections and capacity for transit throughout the tri-state area. Last week, Congressman Nadler joined Upper East Side elected officials to demand a better path forward for 5G cell towers, which in their current design are out of scale and out of character across historic districts. He continues to call on the FCC to reevaluate their impact under the National Historic Preservation Act and encourages the city to consider alternative options to the current proposal that will preserve our city's character and still meet our connectivity goals. I'm about to run out of time, so we have a bunch more press releases and information on our website. If you go to nadler.house.gov and click on newsroom, you can see all the information that we had. I wish you all a wonderful Thanksgiving, and thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. Next is Audrey Tannen.
Hi, everyone. A few things. First of all, I'm going to make this edited because I know you still have a meeting to handle tonight. Liz is preparing for the session, which will begin in January. She's really focused on a lot of issues, but I do want to bring your attention to the New York Heat Act, to good cause eviction, and to, of course, working with our colleagues in the Senate and the Assembly to pass legislations and regulations regarding e-vehicles. So know that those are three major issues and concerns that she's going to pursue again when the session begins in January. We do want to thank Russell for your service. Is there a more professional, thoughtful, hardworking, volunteer public servant? And it's recognized and appreciated. So thank you. And as we head into Thanksgiving, yes. And as we head into Thanksgiving, as Minna said, we also agree. Liz is very clear. She suggests everyone get that booster shot for COVID. We also have in our office, if anyone needs any of the K95 masks or take home COVID tests before you all travel for the Thanksgiving holiday or have guests come to your house, please let us know. We're able to distribute them. So again, a happy, healthy, peaceful Thanksgiving. And thank you, Russell, for your marvelous community service. Have a good evening.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Next, let's go to James Giuliano.
Thanks. Of course, going to echo those sentiments. Thank you, Russell, so much for everything. It is greatly appreciated, and you've been a big help to me as well. So thank you. Just some highlights, folks, from this last month. Assemblymember Boris hosted a fantastic shred event in conjunction with Senator Serrano and his team. We shredded 1 ton of paper, which is pretty cool. And I had no idea how much paper actually weighs when people are bringing it in shopping carts and industrial garbage bags. So that was very cool. Thank you to everyone that came out. Thank you to Senator Serrano's team for helping make the event a success. In case you missed it, our office hosted a very successful town hall right near the end of October. The assembly member fielded a bunch of questions from community board 8 members, community members all across the 73rd district, and some of our other local elected officials provided updates. So thank you to everyone for making that event a success as well. Assemblymember Boris has introduced Stop Civil Discrimination legislation, which is a bit of a mouthful, but essentially it's one of those fix-it-quick bills that Assemblymember Boris loves. When somebody receives a legal summons, the person that issues the summons has to fill out a form which notes their description, and the form for people to describe the person they served the summons to is very out of date with its language, and it is also very offensive. And this legislation is working to fix the form because it is an official government form and it should not have outdated and offensive language on it. And last, on a personal note, I would like everyone to know this is going to be my last Community Board 8 meeting as a part of Assemblymember Boris's team. I've appreciated getting to know all of you very much. I will keep folks updated with what I'm going to be doing next. But truly, thank you all. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve our community together. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service. We'll miss you. All right, next, let's go to Summer Bedford.
Hi, everybody. My name is Summer. I'm from Senator Serrano's office. We'd just like to thank everybody that has shown up to the various events that we've hosted throughout this past month. On November 2nd, we had an emergency preparedness training that we hosted at Stanley Isaacs. Nearly 100 of you guys showed up for that, and that was really great. An opportunity to, learn how to protect yourself and your family members during various, emergency situations that may occur. So that was really great to see how many of you guys showed up for that. To echo what James just said, we had a really great shred event in collaboration with Assemblymember Boris's office. Crazy to learn that we shredded 1 ton of paper. That's a lot. Very impressed by that, but we really appreciate everybody who showed up for that as well. On Monday, Senator Serrano visited the Corsi Senior Center in CB8 and inducted Hector Montes as an inductee into the New York Senate Veterans Hall of Fame. And it also celebrated Veterans Day with the members there as well. As always, if there's anything that we can do for you, feel free to give our office a call, stop by anytime. We also have plenty of KN95 masks and COVID tests to give out. So if you're looking for any of those, stop by. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Liz Arts.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Liz Arts, standing in for Julia Mayenza at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office with Alvin Bragg. We have a few announcements tonight. The first one is that Alvin Bragg announced the indictment of Lenny De La Rosa for vandalizing 3 synagogues and a Jewish volunteer ambulance on the Upper East Side this past August of this year. And the defendant has been charged in the New York State Supreme Court with 4 counts of criminal mischief in the 4th degree as a hate crime. And DA Bragg has thanked members of the NYPD Hate Crimes Task Force, along with the 19th and 25th precincts. The second, going off of that, as was mentioned earlier, the DA, alongside Senator Brad Boyman-Siegel and Assemblymember Grace Lee, announced the introduction of a new state legislation to expand the list of hate crime eligible charges, which, as we heard earlier, is called the Hate Crimes Modernization Act. And this increases the list of charges from 66 to 97 and would enhance charges and certain sentences. And then the third announcement is the recent creation of the Special Victims Division Advisory Council, where DA Bragg has brought together external stakeholders that will meet on a quarterly basis. These include representatives of advocacy groups, survivor services, and legal service providers. And the goal of this is to strengthen trust and reduce barriers to services for survivors, which will hopefully lead to increased reporting numbers. And the final announcement I have is our high school internship program that we host at our office yearly. The 2024 in-person high school internship program applications will open on January 5th. This is for rising sophomores, juniors, and seniors. And a virtual info session is coming up on November 30th, which is a Thursday from 6 to 6:45 p.m. I'm going to put my information in the chat if you're interested. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the elected official reports. So we're going to move now to the chair's report. So I just want to say thank you very much to the elected official representatives, everybody. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to the folks who had very kind words to say about me. So I really appreciate that. So thank you to everybody who did that. I'm just going to use this as an opportunity to remind folks that when we have multiple unanimous items, as we get to the committee reports, it's always in order. You can move to take those together, and just remind folks once we do get to the committee reports, since we do have a lot still to get through, please try to be brief and succinct in your remarks. Don't be repetitive to just enable us to get through everything as quickly as we can. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Will.
Still this. I'll be very brief in my report. The December calendar is already up on our website. I want everybody to take note of it because we are not having a full board on the third Wednesday of the month. We're having it on the second Wednesday with our land use committee. And there are a few other changes that reflect around the holidays. And then a special note that on Friday, we will have the next installment of CB8 Zooms at 3 p.m. And I'll hand it back over.
Thank you. So we are now going to proceed with the election of board officers, and I'm going to turn it over to Bill Angelos, who's the chair of the elections committee, who will run the elections.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
Just tilt the mic up, Bill. Tilt the mic.
All right.
Tilt the mic up.
How about now?
That's better. Yeah. But
Okay.
Right in, yeah.
Since last week's meeting, we conducted our interview via Zoom. And they'll be recorded and be posted via YouTube. And Will has sent the email to all the board members, the link to the YouTube. So I'd like to thank all the candidates for their time for the interview. And also I'd like to thank my fellow Callisto committee members, Yael Barron, Alita Camp, Wilma Johnson, and Rita Poppett. I got to tell you, they're fantastic. We work very well together. Thank you. As per the bylaws, each candidate for each office will speak. The position of chair will have 3 minutes, while the other candidates will have 2 minutes for other position. So the person who speaks first will be, let me strike that. During the interview, the person who spoke first for tonight's speech will speak last. Okay, we're going to start with the position of secretary. There are 3 candidates: Lisa Cormack, Greg Ladder, Addison Leb. You all come down. We're going to start with Addison, Craig, and then Lindsay.
You got to do the timer.
Oh, sure. It's on 2.
No, so yeah.
All right. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Oh.
Yeah.
We have the secretaries and the second vice chair that are running unopposed. Can we just call the question?
Yeah.
Technically speaking, your bylaws say that they're supposed to have 3 minutes or 2 minutes of speech, and then after speeches, we move to vote.
Chuck.
Yeah, this, can I, just to say to my fellow board, this came up in our, this came up in our bylaws, rules and bylaws committee. This came up in our rules and bylaws committee. And some of the people who ran for the offices unopposed felt that it was important for them, they wanted to speak. And we did put in the bylaws that they're entitled to speak. If they want to waive it, that's one other issue, but they are entitled to speak. So I don't think we should just say, brush them aside if they don't want to speak. So that's.
I, though, will yield my time. So.
I will do the same.
As will I.
All right, so we'll call the roll, and you can vote for up to 3 people, each of you.
Oh, sorry. So that's me. Michael Anderson. Bill Angelos.
All 3 candidates.
Elizabeth Ashby.
All 3 as well.
Gail Barron.
All 3.
Jennifer Baer Michaels. Michelle Birnbaum.
All 3.
Lori Borres.
All 3.
Taina Barrero.
Lindsay
Alita Camp. Okay.
Keep going.
Juno Chalasong. Sarah Chu, is she present?
No.
No.
Okay. Anthony Cohen. Sorry. Sandrea Coleman.
The trio.
Lindsay Cornback. Rebecca Dangor.
Cormac, later left.
Felice Farber, all 3. Billy Freeland.
Later, Mac Lev.
Ed Hartzog.
All 3.
Bradley Hershenson. David Halpern. Zahar Hussein.
All 3.
Wilma Johnson.
All 3.
Paul Crickler.
All 3.
Craig Later.
Lev, Cormac, later.
Rebecca Lamort.
She is on Zoom, but her camera is off.
But she was here in person. She's
She
not.
was.
She was.
she's not doing it.
Lev.
All 3.
No, no, but
sorry.
she's not. No. Keep going.
All right, it's dark where she is. She is on camera.
Hi,
Yeah.
all 3.
She's not excused. She didn't ask for an excused absence or receive an excuse. She was here in person and now she's on Zoom. It doesn't work that way. You cannot come here in person and then later Zoom in. Those are the rules. It's not, there's no, keep going.
Lev.
All 3.
Valerie Mason. John McClement.
All 3.
Evan Meyerson. CJ Mossman.
All 3.
Jane Parshall.
All 3.
John Phillips.
All 3.
Sharon Pope Marshall.
All 3.
Rita Popper.
All 3.
Peggy Price.
All 3.
Elizabeth Rose.
All 3.
Barbara Rudder.
All 3.
Abraham Salcedo. And William Sanchez. Jack Sasan.
All 3.
Judy Schneider.
All 3.
Robin Seligson. Haas Spagnoletti. Russell Squire.
All 3.
Marco Tamayo. Lindsay and Lev. Okay. Adam Wald.
All 3.
Chuck Warren.
All 3.
Sharon Weiner.
All 3.
And then Alita, you passed? Okay. Okay, congratulations to our new secretary.
Yes, congratulations.
All right, congratulations. Okay, we're now on to the office of second vice chair.
If I can, I will pass my time if folks don't mind.
Just to let you know, when you vote for Felice, even though she's a sole candidate, you must state her name.
All righty. Anderson. Angelos. Ashby.
You're muted.
Sorry, I missed which one. Who are we voting for?
This is for second vice chair.
Ed Hartar.
What'd you say? This is for, it's Felice Farber's running unopposed.
Excuse me? Oh, this is. Oh,
It's second vice chair. This is Felice Farber running against no one else.
Okay. Vote for Felice.
Okay.
Thank you. Gail Barron. Thank you. Bear Michaels. Boris. Birnbaum. Borrero. Camp. Chalo Song. Chu, not here. Cone. Coleman. Cormac. Dan Gore. Farber. Freeland. Hartzog. Hershenson. Halpern. Hussein. Johnson. Crickler. Later. Lamort. Sorry, Lev Farber. Mason. McClement. Meyerson. Mossman. Partial. Phillips. Pope Marshall, not. Phillips. Oh, sorry. Did I do that? Yeah. Popper. Price. Rose. Rudder. Salcido. Sanchez. Sasson. Schneider. Seligson. Spagnoletti. Squire.
Farber.
Tamayo. Wald. Warren. Wiener.
Felice.
Amazing.
All right, congratulations, Felice.
Congratulations. All right, the next office is for the first vice chair. The two candidates are Rebecca Dangor and Edward Hazard.
So who's going? Who's speaking first?
Ed will be speaking first.
Okay. At the risk of losing votes with the trend that's going, I'll try to keep this to 1 minute. But no, because I wasn't here last week, and I appreciate everyone from Bill and Will and Rebecca working out their schedules for us to do the interview. It was a little late, so for those of you who didn't see us, I will condense what I said during the interview to basically 2 words, which is basically stewardship and continuity. For those of you who know, Community Board 8, we have a lot to do here with stewardship. Oh, I'm sorry, with our history, our culture, our heritage. So stewardship is an important thing to me, I think to our community. And it's something I care a great deal about. That's why I serve on this community board. And one great thing that's coming up is term limits. I don't think it's great, but it's coming up and we have to deal with it. So the other part of this is stewardship and continuity, and here's the continuity part, is how do we deal with the continuity? Because in 3.5 years, 60% of us in this room, including everybody running for office, is going to be gone. And what do? That's over 500 years of experience and history and knowledge of this community that's going to walk out the door. And what's going to happen to all that knowledge? And how do we handle that? So for the two candidates to come up next, I've known them since they've joined the board. I have a great relationship with both of them. I hate the vote that's coming up, but I think I could work very well with both of them. And as I said during the interview, there is the vice chair. I mean, to quote the former governor, David Patterson, I wake up, make a phone call. If they're still awake, my job is done according to the bylaws. But if I'm necessary and required by them, I'll bring my service under 5 board chair, service on 4 committees, watching multiple task forces being done by my colleagues and bringing that experience to them as a sounding board for how we deal with moving forward and taking this knowledge that we're going to lose and giving it to those of you in the room. There's those 17 of you that are left. It's coming, and you're going to have 33 new people with you, and you're going to be leading. So how are you going to do it? And I would like to be there to help kind of make that transition. And that's it. I'm sure I'm probably over because I'm always over, but that's it. And please vote for me. Thanks.
Not working. So while I did prepare a speech, I think in the interest of time, I'm just going to cut to the part that I didn't get to address in my Zoom interview, which is I think the position entails more than just assisting the chair behind the scenes with the administrative work that I've been doing on the board for a long time and I've always enjoyed. I also believe the first vice chair has a responsibility to support the chair on the floor, from the floor during meetings, by keeping track of time and focusing on moving the agenda forward. I would commit to do that as your first vice chair. I've loved working with all of you and learning from you, and I'd be honored to have your vote.
Should we move to the vote?
Yeah.
Okay, Bill, Angelos? Elizabeth Ashby?
Ed Hartzog.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped Michael Anderson, my apologies. Gail Barron? Jennifer Bayer Michaels? Michelle Birnbaum? Lori Borres? Taina? Alita Camp? Juno? Sarah Chu here? Anthony Cohn? Sandrea Coleman? Lindsay Cormack? Rebecca? Farber, Rebecca. Billy Freeland?
Rebecca Dangor.
Ed Hartzog? Bradley? David Halpern? Sahar Hussein? Wilma Johnson? Paul Crickler? Craig Later? Lev? Valerie Mason? John McClement? Evan Meyerson? CJ Mossman? Jane Parshall? John Phillips? Sharon Pope Marshall? Rita Popper? Peggy Price? Elizabeth Rose? Barbara Rutter? Abraham Salcedo? Will Sanchez? Jack Sasson? Judy Schneider? Robin Seligson? Kaz Spagnoletti? Russell Squire,
Abstain.
Marco Tamayo, Adam
Really?
Wald.
Guys, stop. We're gonna keep going.
Um,
Sherry, you're unmuted.
Adam,
Keep going.
Adam
Guys, come
Wald.
on. Adam.
Chuck Warren, Sherry Weiner,
Ed Herzog.
Really?
okay, and Alita, I believe you passed. Okay, sorry. Bradley, you're passed. And Valerie. And Sharon Pope Marshall. Okay. And Rebecca, congratulations on being the new vice president.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Well, now we move on to the office of chair. We have two candidates, Valerie Mason and Abraham Saliso. We will start with Abraham.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm running for chair on a platform of three principles: efficiency, transparency, and community. With respect to efficiency, if we want to be an effective board, we need to make sure that we are as efficient as possible, and we need to look no further than how we conduct our meetings for opportunities for efficiencies. While we've done a good job of reducing time of our committee meetings and full board meetings, that there's more work that can be done. Firstly, I would do so by reminding our committee members that a lot of the work is meant to be done at the committee level, and that we shouldn't be there for relitigating or opening long discussions at the full board when the work has already been done by the committee. And if people want to participate, then they should attend those committee meetings. Secondly, I would set for time limit parameters within which to address issues. That way everyone knows when issues will be coming up and when they'll be addressed. Similarly, I'd set time parameters for how long people can speak, community board members, on issues, and also enforce that no board member can speak to an issue more than once. With respect to transparency, it's more than just a word. It's about accountability and building trust. So with respect to that, I would invite, I'd have a policy of having all committee chairs to put forth a playbook that sets forth how their committee operates, their procedures, and how they arrive at their decisions. I think this would help future board members that are incoming. It would help applicants and members of the community at large to know what to expect when going into meetings. Secondly, I would put out a monthly chairs report, a newsletter, because I know that so that people can know what's going on behind the scenes at Community Board 8. I know we have our chairs report, but oftentimes they get cut short because we don't have time and because we're running long on meetings. Thirdly, with regard to community, I would set the tone and remind all of us that we are a community. We're here to represent the community, but we ourselves are a community, and we need to set an example, and particularly with how we comport ourselves, and make sure that we're always treating each other with respect and understanding. Secondly, outreach would be a very important part of the equation to make sure that we're always doing outreach and making sure that we have as much public participation as possible. And thirdly, making sure that the community knows that we are here for them and we're here to support them. You know, I've been, there was alluded to by Councilmember Menon and elsewhere that there's been a rise in hateful acts, intolerant acts, and acts of bigotry. And we as a community board should speak out and let our community know that we are here for them and we support them, and make it unequivocally clear that we as Community Board 8 say that there is no place for hate, intolerance, or bigotry in our community, and that we stand by all of our community members that have been impacted by such acts. Thank you.
I don't know, this isn't gonna work. It's unfair to short people. Anyway, I'll be as fast as I can. I want to thank each of you for your time during this election process. It is yet another testament.
I'm sorry, there's a problem with the timer.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. I'm testament to your.
Just wait until we.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I can't. It doesn't. Wait. Maybe. Okay. Whatever you say, Chuck.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, anyway, I just want to say it's another testament to your commitment to board service. I'm proud to be your colleague, and I'm committed to working with all of you if I'm elected. As first vice chair and previously as second vice chair, I've been highly engaged in board operations. I've assisted our current chair, appeared for the board at functions when needed, mediated issues between staff and members, and addressed issues within committees. I believe this experience will ensure that we have a smooth transition to new chair. As everyone has mentioned, board member term limits will affect us soon. To ensure that vital long-term knowledge and experience is not lost, I want to expand the responsibilities of the vice chairs. Now you're going to be sorry you were elected. Involving them in coordinating staff and committees, and again, to ensure smooth transitions as we move past our current members. I currently chair meetings of all sizes as part of my community board service, my not-for-profit work, and as co-chair of a practice group at my law firm, and also at my beloved East 72nd Street Neighborhood Association. I know the importance of making all our meetings efficient and effective because each of you brings so many ideas to those meetings. Time is our most valuable asset. To ensure that we are using it to its greatest advantage, we need to approximate agenda item times, reinstitute executive committee meetings, and evaluate our monthly meeting schedule. I've started discussions with Will on all these points. With your help, we can do this without limiting the free flow of all opinions. I believe you know from the Q&A and our one-on-one discussions over the years that I am a doer. I am confident that my longstanding relationships with neighborhood associations, members of other community boards, electeds, and various city and state agencies will help us convert our advice into getting things done. Last week's approval of the proposed 94th Street project was such a moment, a positive moment. Finally, the city knows what we know, that we want affordable housing. It is this that increases our commitment to community involvement and we need to increase our community involvement with the board, because in the end, our work is not to promote anybody's individual agenda, but to represent our community. So communication, Lori Boris, is paramount, and engagement. We need to meet our neighbors where they are, and that teaming with them, as well as like-minded constituents, is essential to accomplishing our goal. I therefore hope you will join with me in my efforts to promote our important work and give the term advisory a new meaning. And I'm freezing.
Okay, we go with the vote.
All right, I guess I have the dubious privilege of taking the chair vote. So let's get started with Michael Anderson. Okay. There we go. You would think I'd be better at this. Angelos. Ashby.
Valerie Mason.
Barron. Gail Barron. Thank you. Bayer Michaels. Birnbaum. Boras. Borrero.
Valerie Mason.
Camp. Chao Song. Cone. Coleman. Cormack. Dangor.
Mason.
Farber.
Abraham.
Freeland.
Valerie Mason.
Hartzog. Hershenson. Halpern. Hussein. Johnson. Crickler. Later. Lev Pass Mason. Thank you. McClement. Meyerson. Mossman. Partial. Phillips. Pope Marshall. Popper. Price. Rose. Rudder. Abraham. Sanchez. Sasson. Schneider. Seligson. Smagnoletti. Squire.
Abstain.
Tamayo. Wald.
Mason.
Warren. Wiener.
Valerie Mason.
Thank you. All right, with the passes, Hershenson. Later. I'll do Abraham. Phillips. And it is with great privilege that I get to announce that Valerie Mason will be our next chair.
Congratulations, Valerie.
Congratulations.
Beginning of a new chapter. I hope this is the beginning of a new chapter at Community Board 8. And we are really one team working together for the good of this community and our city. And I'm so proud. I really am. And I don't want the meeting to go on, but I'm sorry, we'll go back. But again, thank you very much.
Look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right. So congratulations, Valerie. Congratulations, Rebecca. Congratulations, Felice. Yeah. Yeah. And congratulations, Addison and Craig and Lindsay. I also just want to say, recognition to all of the candidates. Thank you guys for all sort of throwing your hats in the ring, being willing to serve, and also for your flexibility. Obviously, things didn't go exactly as planned last week. So your flexibility to work with us to schedule the interviews, we really appreciate that. So thank you all. I also want to thank the members of the election committee. So Alita Camp, Rita Popper, Wilma Johnson, and Gail Barron for the extra work that you guys are willing to do as the members of the election committee, and did a really great job. And I particularly want to thank Bill Angelos for chairing the election committee. Really excellent job, Bill. So all of you, I mean, really, we had a very smooth election process. It functioned very well, I would say. And then thank you to Bill in particular for, you had to do the extra work of actually running the election segments in the meetings, and your flexibility of, everybody who was a candidate had to find time to do an extra interview on Zoom, and Bill had to find time to do, 4 extra interviews on Zoom. So thank you for doing that. So with that, we're going to turn to the committee reports, and we are going to start with the first one, which is the Street Life Committee. Abraham.
All right. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Okay, we had a very busy Street Life Committee, as you can see from the minutes. We had 6 unanimous approvals. Mark, no, Alita, you have a. No, none of them are cannabis. for the unanimous. Alita? That is correct. Yes, we're taking out city swiggers. So the unanimous would be 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, and 1E that we would take unanimously, correct? Okay, great. Judy? Great. Is anyone opposed calling the question? Okay, good. Let's go to the roll on the ones.
No, is anyone voting against this?
No, what are we talking about?
We are on all the unanimous 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, and 1E,
Except for
swiggers. Except for 2A, which is city swiggers.
Not 2A. It does not include 2A. Is anyone going to vote against this? If not, we don't have to call the roll. All right, great. Okay, fine.
Okay, great. Then we can go to item 2A. This was for city swiggers, which was unanimously approved at the committee. However, we got information subsequently, as we heard at the public session, about notwithstanding city swiggers agreeing to no live music, et cetera. There was an event on Friday. So, Michelle. Okay, great. Rebecca? Okay, is anyone opposed calling the question? Okay, then roll.
Is anyone going to vote against this? Are you going to vote? Sorry, go ahead, Peggy. We've already called the question, so we're voting. So got it.
So we have to call the roll.
So we'll call the roll. Okay.
All right, Anderson,
Yeah. No, it's just a motion to disapprove. It's a motion on the floor is a substitute motion to disapprove. The question was called and that's been approved. So yeah,
correct. This was a renewal application and the
so
new
did we vote,
motions.
is anyone opposed to calling the question?
We already called the question.
Yeah.
This was a renewal.
When we last approved it, were they under the same stipulation to not have live music?
Yes. Can we say something about it?
We'll explain why we're disapproving and describe the incident, correct?
There's not stipulations. The motion is to disapprove. That's
Yeah, you
not-
can't stipulate a disapproval. We'll explain why we're disapproving.
That's fine. Yeah, we're going to call the roll.
Call the roll.
all right, Anderson. Angelos. Disapprove, so no?
Yes, no, he's voting.
Oh, yes, okay. Ashby,
Yes.
Barron. Bear Michaels. Birnbaum. Boras. Borrero. Camp. Chalasong. Chu, oh, not here. Cone. Coleman. Cormac. Dangor. Farber. Freeland. Hartzog. Hershenson. Halpern. Hussein. Johnson. Crickler. Later. Lamort, not here. Lev, I'll pass. Mason. McClement. Meyerson. Mossman. Partial. Phillips. Pope Marshall. Popper. Price. Rose. Rudder. Salcido.
Yes.
Sanchez. Sasson. Schneider. Seligson. Spagnoletti. Squire.
Yes.
Tamayo. Wald. Warren. Wiener.
Yes.
All right, going to the passes now. Farber. Johnson. Lev, yes. And I think that's everyone. Great. So the resolution to disapprove passes 37 yes, 2 noes, and 7 abstentions.
Great. The next category, we had 3 unanimous disapprovals. These were 3 applications for provisional adult use dispensary licenses that did not appear or file paperwork. Marco? On all 3? Okay, second, okay.
Is anyone opposed to calling the question on all 3 of these? You're opposed to calling the question on those? These are the 3 unanimous disapprovals for a cannabis license.
Yeah, this is category 4, the 3 unanimous disapprovals. Okay.
You're gonna vote no on 1 or more of these? You're gonna vote no on 1 or more of these? Okay, on all of them? The unanimous disapprovals. Okay. Yeah, we moved just to 4 because it was the.
Okay, so call the roll on.
Okay.
Can we still take, we can still take all 3 of these together, right? Right. Yeah, so that's okay. Yeah, so just vote all.
Anderson. Angelos. The disapprovals of cannabis shops because they didn't provide complete information.
And they didn't show up.
And they didn't appear.
This is 4A, 4B, and 4C.
No would mean you're for yes. Yeah, and so you're right. So just, it's 3 shops that did not provide complete information and did not appear at the committee, which is why they were unanimous disapprovals. Yeah.
We will invite them back, but they didn't provide any information. They only submitted their notice to municipality form, which is like the 30-day notice if you're used to the SLA. They submitted a 30-day notice form, and then they did no other follow-up. They didn't flyer, they didn't do anything else. They didn't ever respond to emails, calls, etc.
We also have limited time for OCM related stuff.
Yeah.
You want to ask again?
No, I don't. I want to keep it.
Okay, Angelos.
So yes would be disapproval.
So yes is a no.
Yes.
Ashby.
Unmute me.
You are.
Thank you. Yes.
Barron. Bear Michaels. Birnbaum.
Yes.
Flores.
I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt. I need voting information. We are voting now. As far as the cannabis shops are concerned, we voted no, right? The committee voted no, okay? My vote is recorded inaccurate. I voted yes. So you can fix that.
No, these are the ones.
For
These are the ones that didn't show up. These are unanimous disapprovals for applicants.
These are the ones
who
that
did not show up.
These are just the ones that did not show up.
So if I vote yes, that is.
Disapprove.
Does that mean these are unanimous?
Let me ask again then, is this unanimous in favor of this resolution?
You're going to vote differently?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't, first of all.
Did Tyne already vote? Sorry, that's fine. Okay, so fine. So you're voting yes. Let's
Carry
keep
on.
going. Let's keep going. It's okay.
So Barrero.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have this. Flores was
A
a
yes.
yes. Barrero was an abstain. Camp.
Yes.
Chalasong. Sarah Chu's not here. Cone.
Yes.
Coleman.
Yes.
Cormac.
Yes.
Dangor. Yes. Farber, yes. Freeland.
Yes.
Hartzog.
Yes.
Hershenson.
Yeah.
Halpern.
Yeah.
Hussein. Johnson. Crickler. Later. Lamorne's not here. Lev. Mason. McClement. Meyerson. Mossman. Partial. Phillips.
Yes.
Pope Marshall. Hopper. Price. Rose. Rudder. Salcedo.
Yes.
Schneider. Seligson. Spagnoletti. Squire.
Yes.
Tamayo. Wald.
Yes.
Warren.
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
Okay.
Sanchez.
My apologies. Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're going very fast, which is good.
Okay, next is the non-unanimous approvals. So the first one is item 3C as in Charlie. This is the Hooch LLC, 1662 First Avenue. Barbara.
I'm going to speak for all of them. I think you've heard me. I am so worried
You have a mic?
about all the illegal shops. And if you have got, what?
Is it working?
Yeah.
If you walk a half a block, you see the illegal ones next to schools, next to churches on 86th Street. My beautiful 86th Street is now filled with cannabis shops. The only hope we have is to get legal shops. Illegal shops are not only a blight on our street, they allow, I've seen young people going in. My committee meeting had a meeting on the health risks. The illegal shops, you do not regulate the cannabis. They can only have cash business, which means they're primed for crime, which we do not need in our area. What will solve it? I truly believe, because I've been involved with it and I've talked not as a user, but as a community board person, the only hope we have is if we get legal shops in, we are told that's the best chance of them focusing in on the illegal shops that are nearby. I know there's talk, is it too close to a school? The illegal shops are too close to the school. The legal shops will have beautiful signs. They will have, one of the things I've asked and they've all said yes, is that they have security outside. They have, it is not a cash business. They have regulated substances. And I think this is our only hope to get rid of the blight, and I will vote yes on every single one that's there, with the hope that with Abraham's committee, that if when we have problems with any of them, we will fight it as we did with our bars and our restaurants and so on.
Thank you, Barbara. I'll go to Paul, Elizabeth, and Lindsay and Lori.
I won't repeat what Barbara said. I completely agree with what Barbara said. The one thing I would add is all three people from what we saw tonight are exactly the kind of people I think we should be having to run businesses like this. So I completely would vote yes for all three as well.
Elizabeth.
All right, thank you. I'd like to make a motion, and if seconded, to speak to it. My motion is to table these proposals this evening pending greater clarity on what the law requires in terms of distance from schools and consistent, clear data for each of the applicants as to their location relative to any schools.
So a motion to table is not debatable, but what I would say just to inform, go ahead.
But that was more than a motion to table. That was a motion to table for asking for further clarity. If you make a motion to table,
I'm happy to revise my motion in order to obtain the clarity that I think we need in order for our vote to have the kind of weight we want it to have.
what you're saying is a motion to table and bring it back when the meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for
So
putting it into correct form.
Just
Feel like I'm on
for
Jeopardy.
clarity, the 500 feet is that a dispensary cannot be within 500 feet of a school and on the same street as a school. Okay.
Yeah, it's been seconded. Okay.
Okay.
So wait, so just to, yeah, so two points that I'll just make in response to this. Number one, we're under a time crunch. I mean, the problem that we have here is that OCM unfortunately has sort of put all this on us with limited time for us to do this. We tried to go back to them and say, look, we can't, there's some of these that don't have complete applications. There's some of these that have these other issues. It's an enormous volume. It's much more than a typical meeting would hear. And yeah, so the volume was higher. Basically, the problem that we have is that OCM is giving us a very limited time horizon. So I actually don't think we have time to take this up next month before OCM will rule on it. So that's just a sort of issue that we have. On top of that, I don't think there is a lack of clarity as to what the rules require. The rules are clear. The rules say what they have. What there was during the meeting was a sense among some people who are entitled to feel this way, that notwithstanding what the rules require, they feel that the rules should be stricter and that there should be more distance than what the rules require. So the rules are clear in terms of what the rules require. The applicants have complied with that. That is not good enough for some board members, which is fine. They are entitled to feel that way. And so some board members felt like they wanted more distance from schools, et cetera, and that was the basis of it. But in terms of what the actual rules are, that's not in dispute or unclear.
That's correct.
So what is very unclear is whether in fact.
Why weren't they? Because they are in compliance. So the law, the rule says you can't be within 500 feet of school and on the same road. So for example, this location is not on the same road. The closest school is around the corner on the site. This is on the avenue, First Avenue. The next closest school is on the side street on 87th, but it's within less than 500 feet. So that what do you mean in the middle?
Right. So can I ask a point of information then? Abraham, are you saying that the ones that are up for discussion right now, that you are clear that all of them are in compliance from a location perspective?
Yes, there was not a school within 500 feet on First Avenue for this location. Correct. That was not why people voted no.
And that's true for all three of them.
Verde, yes, Verde. Oh, sorry, not Verde. Yes, there was not a case where there was a school within 500 feet and on the same street.
And there's 2 points I'd like to make. One is, if it turns out that somebody takes out a ruler and it's wrong, then the state won't allow them. We
Also
don't have to
correct.
say it, the state won't. And the second point is, it looks like there's a whole slew. Somebody got up and said we've been bombarded, or slew, or whatever word that was used. All of them are not going to be accepted. There's a lottery. They're all coming to say, may we apply for the lottery?
Also correct.
And I think that the limit is 1,000 licenses
Statewide.
for the state, not for the city, not for the Upper East Side, but for the state. So we're not being bombarded with it. And if something isn't right, the state won't allow it.
Okay, so if all of these were in compliance from a location perspective, I will withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. Lindsay, you're next.
Hi, I was at the Monday meeting and all of these schools or all of these dispensaries are in compliance with the school. There are 2 that are within 500 feet, but they're on different streets. So the and thing is the problem. But we do have 4 of them that are within 1,000 feet of each other. And that seems to be something that statutorily is barred as well. And it's not clear to me how we tiebreak or if it's even up to us to tiebreak. But there are 2 of them that are within 1,000 feet of each other.
Right. For that, the state, the OCM pending the lottery would not grant the say one wins the lottery, the one next to it also wins the lottery, the second one wouldn't get it because of the proximity rule.
Okay, so then we don't have to think about that.
Correct. Lori.
I don't think I need a microphone, but if you want me to.
Yeah, you do.
But I'm happy to use one.
Okay, first of all, I agree with everything that Barbara said. And I am speaking from the perspective of someone who has used medical marijuana. But I want to make a comparison between, I feel like we're in the same moment or a similar moment from the end of Prohibition. And I want to make a comparison between alcohol and cannabis because both are substances that, shall we say, alter your consciousness. The regulation for alcohol shops, for liquor stores, is that they have to be, they can be 200 feet from schools and churches, but cannabis is 500 feet. So I think that it's a greater distance from schools as it is for alcohol. The second thing is many deaths have occurred from overindulgence of alcohol, addiction to alcohol, bar fights involving alcohol, gun fights involving alcohol, and to say nothing of driving, driving under the influence. Whereas, as far as I know, no deaths from regulated cannabis have occurred. Physically, alcohol is physically addicting. I know people who've gotten the DTs when they don't have enough alcohol. Cannabis is not physically addicting. You can argue that it's psychologically addicting, but it is not physically addicting. Liquor stores display attractive products in their windows, and they allow anyone to enter the store. Whereas cannabis stores are supposed to have cloudy glass, so you can't really see what's going on inside. They have to check IDs or checked at the door, so nobody's going to go in who's 10 years old and is getting a positive impression of the products. Whereas anyone can walk in with a child to a liquor store, and I don't even want to think about the people who do that with their kids. So I think that a lot of you who are opposed to this, and you're allowed to be opposed to this, but you may be imagining long-haired degenerates hanging out outside the store getting high. In fact, because smoking and vaping have been shown to be dangerous, most people that I know who use cannabis legally are buying edibles or tinctures or hard candies or gummies. Basically, this is not your father's marijuana. Most of you know that I have MS, and I have had a prescription for medical marijuana since it was legal. The only place that I can currently go to get it is on 14th Street, and they don't deliver. MS is not the only serious disease that can be helped by cannabis. Cancer patients are known to use it successfully, and even dementia patients who experience high levels of anxiety.
Lori, I'm
and-
sorry to interrupt, but in the interest of time,
Okay.
we just
Anyway,
Remember my efficiency point?
cannabis is legal, and I support the legal small businesses that pay taxes and follow the rules.
All right. Thank you. All right. I'm going to Addison next, but just now that we know where everyone stands on the issue of cannabis, yay or nay, let's try to focus our comments on the applications before us, and so we can be more efficient and effective here. Addison.
I was just going to move to call the question.
Thank you.
There's a point of information
on the original.
There's a point of
on the original. Yes.
The original. Okay.
There's a point of information.
Yes. This is the original motion to approve from the committee for this application. So this would be a motion to approve. We're doing them one at a time.
This is 3C.
Okay. Does anyone oppose calling the question? 3C as in Charlie, the hooch. Does anyone oppose calling the question? This is a motion to approve.
Because they're not unanimous.
Because you can't take non-unanimous together.
All right.
Okay. Please call the roll on 3C.
No.
We're doing the approvals first, and then we'll go back to the no position ones. 3A was no position.
Anderson. Angelos. And yes, thank you. Ashby,
Yes.
Barron. Bear Michaels. Birnbaum. Boras.
It's an this is one item, it's an approval.
Barrera. Camp. Chalasong. Cone. Cone.
Anthony. Just pass.
Coleman. Cormac. Dangor. Dangor. Oh, sorry. Farber.
Yes.
Freeland. Hartzog.
Step down.
Hershenson. Halpern. Hussein. Johnson. Crickler. Later. Lev, yes. Mason. McClement. Meyerson. Mossman. Partial. Phillips.
Yes.
Pope Marshall.
Yes.
Popper. Price. Rose. Rudder. Salcedo.
Yes.
Sanchez. Sassen. Schneider. Seligson. Spagnoletti. Squire.
Yes.
Tamayo. Wald.
Yes.
Warren.
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
Thank you. Rebecca? Perfect. So the resolution passes. Oh, sorry, Alita? Yes? Okay, great. So the resolution passes 35 yes, 9 no. Yeah.
Okay, the next one is 3E. This is Wall Street Canna Holdings, 802 Lexington between East 61st and East 62nd. This was approved by a vote of 11-2. Okay. We're not there yet. We're not to those yet.
We're doing all the, go ahead.
So 3E as in Edward, this was approved 11-2 at the committee level, and the question has been called a question on the approval as from the committee. This was not a yes, no. 3E. Correct. Okay.
just called.
We have a second. Does anyone oppose calling the question? No. Okay. Roll on 3E, please.
Anderson. Angelos.
Yes.
Ashby.
Yes.
Barron. Bear Michaels. Birnbaum. Boras. Barrero. Camp. Chalasong. Cohen. Coleman. Cormac. Dangor. Farber, yes. Freeland.
Yes.
Hartzog. He's not here. Hershenson. Halpern. Hussein. Johnson. Crickler. Later. Lev. Mason. McClement. Meyerson. Mossman. Partial. Phillips. Popper. I think I passed Pope Marshall.
Yes.
Price. Rose? Rudder?
Yes.
Salcedo?
Yes.
Sasson, I'm sorry, Sanchez? Sasson?
Yes.
Schneider? Seligson? Spagnoletti? Squire?
Yes.
Tamayo?
No.
Wald?
Yes.
Warren?
Yes.
And Weiner? Yes.
Sorry. It's okay. She's a yes. It's good.
So that's passes 33-11. Going back to Dan Gore, my apologies.
Okay. The next one is, do you want to do the count?
No, just.
Okay. Next is 3F, 1308 Second Avenue between 68 and 69. Addison?
Call the question.
Second.
Okay. Is anyone opposed? Yes, Valerie? They have a convenience store that includes vaping products and non-marijuana, other smoke. It's a smoke shop that they have, convenience smoke shop that's already there that would be converted into a compliant. Yeah. I saw that. I'm pretty sure that's not what they meant, but yeah. Okay.
No.
No, this was not unanimous. All right. So this is 3F. This was a 7-6 approval.
All right. Anderson. Angelos.
Yes.
Ashby.
No.
Barron. Bear Michaels. Birnbaum. Borez. Barrero. Camp. Chalasong. Cone. Coleman. Cormac. Not here. Dan Gore. Farber. Freeland. Hershenson. Halpern. Hussein. Johnson. Crickler. Later. Lev, yes. Mason. McClement. Meyerson. Mossman. Phillips. Partial. Pope Marshall. Popper. Price. Rose. Sorry, Peggy, you were no, right? I'm sorry. I think I might have. Okay. Yes, great. Rudder. Salcedo.
No.
Sanchez. Sasson. Schneider. Seligson. Spagnoletti. Squire.
Yes.
Tamayo. Wald. Warren. Weiner.
No.
All right, going to the passes. We had Camp. Chalasong. All right, the Elizabeth. Abstain. Lindsay. Sorry. There we go. All right. I'll get the vote count in 1 second, but I believe it passes.
Okay.
Oh, Coleman. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Okay. The next one is 3A. This was a non-unanimous disapproval. This is 1317 Second Avenue between 69 and 70th. So just a few stores up. Oh, Rebecca?
There's no question. There's no question.
There is, this was a disapproval.
Which one?
3A?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay, do I have a second? Okay. All right, call the question. Does anyone oppose calling the question? Okay, so this is a disapproval. This is a disapproval, so.
Correct. Correct. Call the roll.
I voted the same way, so yes. Okay, we've called the question, right? Okay.
Anderson. Yes is a no.
It's already counting.
So this is a disapproval, so yes is a
It's a
no.
disapproval.
So this is
Yeah.
a disapproval. Angelos. Ashby,
Yes.
Barron,
Yes.
Bear Michaels. I'm sorry, what was it?
Yes.
Birnbaum,
Yes.
Borres,
No.
Barrero,
No.
Camp, Song, Cohen,
Yes.
Coleman,
Yes.
Cormac, Dangor, Farber, yes. Freeland,
No.
Hartog's Ed back or he's gone. Hershenson. Hussein. I'm sorry, I skipped David Halpern. Wilma. Crickler.
No.
Later.
No.
Lev. Mason. McClement. Meyerson. Mossman.
No.
Partial.
Yes.
Phillips.
No.
Pope Marshall.
No.
Popper.
Yes.
Price.
Yes.
Rose.
No.
Rudder.
No.
Salcedo.
Yes.
Sanchez.
Yes.
Sasan.
Yes.
Schneider.
No.
Seligson. Spagnoletti. Squire.
No.
Tamayo.
Yes.
Wald.
No.
Warren.
No.
Weiner.
Yes.
Was there anyone who passed? Let's see, Angelos?
No.
Camp? Song? Hartzog's not here. Hershenson? It failed. 21, no, I'm sorry. That's correct. It failed. It was 21 yes to 22 no.
Elizabeth?
One abstain.
Substitute. Sorry, wait, Johnson didn't vote. Does it change?
Let's see. Wait.
How you voting?
Sorry, Willem. How are you voting? What? Okay, and Hartzog's not here. So it is 21 yes, 23 no. So the motion to disapprove fails, and so
Elizabeth has.
I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve.
Okay. Great, call the question. Anyone opposed calling the question? Nope.
Okay.
Roll, please.
All right, hold on one second. The tab is not up for me. Am I doing this?
Oh, sure.
Yes is a yes. This is to approve.
Okay, Anderson. Angelos. Ashby,
Pass.
Barron. Bear Michaels. Birnbaum. Borres. Barrero. Camp. Chalo Song. Cohen.
No.
Coleman. Cormac. Dangor. Farber, no. Freeland. Hershenson. Halpern. Hussein. Johnson. Crickler. Okay. Later. Lev. Mason. McClement. Meyerson. Partial. I'm sorry, Mossman, I skipped.
Yes.
Partial. Phillips.
Yes.
Pope Marshall.
Yes.
Hopper.
No.
Price.
No.
Rose.
Yes.
Rudder.
Yes.
Salcedo.
No.
Sanchez.
Abstain.
Sasan.
No.
Schneider. Seligson. Spagnoletti. Tamayo. I'm sorry, I skipped you, Russell.
Yes.
Tamayo.
No.
Wald.
Yes.
Warren.
Yes.
And Weiner.
No.
Okay, and Valerie?
Here to help, Chair.
Paul Crickler? Okay, and Elizabeth?
No.
Okay, so this passes 25-18 with one abstention.
Okay, great. The next two were no positions. So the next one is 3B as in boy. This is My Way Convenience Shop, 1594 3rd Avenue between 89th and 90th. Okay. Taina said it's a motion to approve, which has been seconded. Judy? Okay, is anyone opposed calling the question? Okay, nope. Roll.
Anderson. Angelos.
Yes.
Ashby.
I'm sorry.
3B.
Yes.
Barron. Bear Michaels. Birnbaum. Borres. Barrero. Camp. Chalo Song left. Cone. Coleman. Cormac. Dangor. Farber.
Can I ask a point of information?
Yeah.
What does it mean that no position was taken?
We had a vote to approve, a vote to disapprove, and neither passed.
Okay,
So now there's a new motion to approve.
abstain.
Freeland.
Yes.
Hershenson. Halpern. Hussein. Johnson. Crickler left. Later. Lev, yes. Mason. McClement. Meyerson. Mossman. Mossman might have left. Partial.
No.
Phillips.
Yes.
Pope Marshall.
Yes.
Popper.
No.
Price.
No.
Rose.
Yes.
Rudder.
Yes.
Salcido. Sanchez. Sassen.
Yes.
Schneider.
Yes.
Seligson. Spagnoletti. Squire.
Yes.
Tamayo. Wald.
Yes.
Warren.
Yes.
Weiner.
No.
All right, to the passes. Okay, give me 1 second. Camp.
Alita. Alita.
Chala Song. I think she left. Hershenson. Later. And then, Wilma, you are changing your vote to yes. All right, so the resolution passes 26 yes, 14 no, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, great. Last one. This is a 3D Mama Verde, 1276 Lexington Avenue between 85 and 86. And as a public speaker mentioned, this is the one that's around the corner from the Ramaz School.
Anderson. Oh, sorry.
No, it's on the avenue. Ramaz is on the street. Is it a point of information?
I thought it was on the east side of the street, but it was said that it was on the west side of the street. I mean, I thought it was on the west side. No.
It's a song. Taina.
Just to what Lindsay had said earlier, just to be clear, all of these businesses abide by the rules correctly.
Right, it's not right. The business is on the avenue and the school is on the side street. Yes,
It is. It's on the west side of Lexington.
correct.
Can you use a microphone?
The church that's on 86th Street, also on the church on the south side of 86th Street. This is also on the south side. Is that not within 500 feet? And that has a school in it.
This is on Lexington.
This is on Lexington. No, this entrance is on Lexington. Okay. Call a question. This is approval. Okay, anyone opposed calling the question? Okay, roll on the motion to approve.
Okay, Anderson. Angelos. Ashby.
Yes.
Barron. Bear Michaels. Not here. Oh, Bear Michaels? No, okay. Birnbaum. Borres.
Whose phone is that?
Barrero.
Yes.
Camp. Cello Song, I think she left. Cohen.
Someone over there, turn the phone off, please.
See something, say something.
Coleman. Sandrea. Coleman.
Sandrea, you're up.
Cormac. Dangor. Farber, yes. Freeland.
Yes.
Hershenson. Halpern. Hussein. Johnson. Crickler. is left. Later. Lev.
Yes.
Mason. McClement. Meyerson. Mossman left. Partial.
No.
Phillips.
Yes.
Pope Marshall.
Yes.
Popper.
No.
Price.
No.
Rose.
Yes.
Rudder.
Yes.
Salcedo.
No.
Sanchez.
No.
Wait, I skipped some, Salcedo, Sanchez, Sasan,
I'll pass.
Schneider. Seligson. Spinelli. Squire.
Yes.
Tamayo. Wald.
Yes.
Warren.
Yes.
Weiner. Yes. Okay, so going back to those who passed, Sasan
Yes.
and Coleman
Yes.
and Bear Michaels. Yep. Wait, one sec. So, Gail, let me just make sure I had you right. If I mix you or no, okay. So, who wanted it? So,
Sahar's changing her vote.
yes, so you voted to abstain. Okay. So I think. Sure. So that passed 26-15 with one abstention.
Thank you. Landmarks?
Yep, landmarks is up next. David and Jane. And we're going to impose a 2-minute time limit on everybody's speaking.
Okay, I'm just going to take the first one, 10 25th Avenue, a very modest intervention at the penthouse of this beautiful Warren and Wetmore building. It was unanimous approval. Second?
Second.
Okay.
All righty, Anderson.
I don't think we have to call the roll if it's.
Is anyone voting no on this? All right, it passes by acclamation.
Can we have the slides, please? The next one was a unanimous approval. We broke it into two pieces. First one was a unanimous approval, and it's 1149 Park Avenue. This is giving you the context, the yellow. This is 1149 Park Avenue. The photograph gives you the context. I'm going to go through it quickly, even though Part A is approved, because Part B was approved, but not unanimously. And you can see the context. These were 4 row houses that were built together in 1885. And the corner townhouse is actually built in 1885, also all by the same developer and the same architect. This shows you the existing on the left, the proposed on the right. Essentially, he's bringing back the original windows, bringing back the original entrance. And what's important is at the top on the left, you see in gray the penthouse, which is set back, and you see the new penthouse on the right, which is forward and closer to the street, and is being done in limestone to match the limestone below. And this is the rear. On the left, you see the existing, and you can see that big piece sticking out on the left. Essentially, what he's doing is totally rebuilding it and stepping it back and putting in, again, windows to match what might have been the original. And he's making it all in brick, which is an appropriate material for the rear. Let's go to the next. All right, I think we should call the question on part A. Unanimous.
So can we take, is anyone voting no? On part A?
No.
I need those slides again. Well, you can't call it.
Wait, we haven't
presented it. I haven't presented part B yet. I presented only part A. And I thought we would get a unanimous approval on part A because we have a unanimous approval from.
Which I think we do. I think we have that.
I need the slides so you understand part B, because you should understand why it wasn't unanimous.
Okay, so the vote on part A, if no one's voting no, then we can take it by acclamation. Okay.
Okay. What you're seeing here is a step back in the rear. And what you're seeing is the longer penthouse. This is alongside a large apartment house, which has lot line windows. Let's go to the next. So there are really two issues. On the left, you see the existing penthouse in gray, and you see that it's underneath the lot line windows. Lot line windows from a zoning point of view, which comes up all the time in landmarks, and it shouldn't because we're appropriateness and context. But lot line windows are not legal for light and air, and lot line windows are considered as not being there at all if you want to build a building next to it. In this case, when you go and take a look at the penthouse, which has been extended, once again, he is staying under the windows, even though technically those windows are not required for light and air and not legal. The neighbors who live there complained that their view is being blocked. It is not being blocked, but there are changes. Number one, it's being built up a little higher to protect against that wall for the weather. Number two, all the way in the right-hand corner, you see a piece of mechanical equipment, which is fairly high, that will be seen. And last but not least, in the lower right-hand corner of the penthouse, go all the way down to the right-hand corner, lower right-hand corner. Lower right-hand corner of the penthouse, over the windows of the penthouse. Oh. In the lower right-hand corner.
David, I will give you the pointer.
No, how do I use it?
Yeah, press the button.
Okay, right there. Right there is a chimney. There's a chimney. When you look at the mock-up, the chimney is actually close to the building. And what's happening is that the neighbor is seeing the chimney in the mock-up in the place that's already being changed. And by being changed, the chimney is no longer a visual issue. And let's just go, I think this is the last slide. Well, I guess this is the last slide because we need the mock-up. So you can see the mock-up. It's minimally visible, and you'll see where that arrow is. You can see the chimney is a little bit higher. That is an issue in the mock-up, but it is not an issue in reality because they have already changed it. You've seen it already on the model. It's been changed, and that's the way it's going. So anybody have any questions, comments?
I would like to call the question.
Anyone opposed to calling the question? Okay, that's one. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're calling, that's it. The question's been called, correct.
All right, Anderson,
It's a motion to approve Part B of the application.
Motion to approve, and it was, I think, 6-2 or something like that.
Angelos,
7-2.
Ashby,
Yes.
Barron, Bear Michaels, Birnbaum, Boras, Borrero, Camp, Cone, Coleman, Cormac, Dangor, Farber, Freeland, Hershenson,
Approve.
this is to approve. Halpern,
Yes.
Hussein, Johnson, Later, Lev, yes, Mason, McClement, Meyerson, Mossman, Partial. No. Phillips. Yes. Pope Marshall. Yes. Popper. Yes. Price. Rose. Yes. Rudder. Yes. Salcido. Sanchez. Sassen. Schneider. Seligson. Spagnoletti. Squire.
No.
Tamayo. Wald.
Yes.
Warren.
Yes.
Weiner. Yeah.
Yes, we don't have to unmute her.
Okay, great.
Yes.
The resolution passes 39 yes, 4 no's.
Okay,
Thank you.
transportation.
You guys are up. Go.
Okay, now this is these are the regulations for the dining out, the permanent dining out program. We have to make comments by the 20th of this month, and so this is our chance. We had our meeting, and Craig did a great job of summarizing what the regulations say, and we had a broad-based amendment that we adopted. These are comments, and we commented on a number of areas here. There are 11 areas. You can see it. And this is what we would submit as our comments. And it was unanimous from the committee. Okay, all in favor of calling the question? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Why don't we call a roll?
Can we take it by acclamation?
Or yeah, is anybody opposed to this? Can we take it by acclamation? Good idea. All right.
Awesome.
We could take more time, but let's do it by acclamation. This is okay. We by acclamation approved.
Great.
We're done.
Thank you very much.
We have a second resolution.
Oh yes. Sorry. Why don't you take that?
Want to be done.
Why don't you take that?
The second resolution is relatively simple. We had made a past resolution when we had these prior discussions about the topic regarding the issue where restaurants may be impacted in the future by certain decisions that New York City DOT makes in terms of curbside use and sidewalk use. So we just wanted to reiterate a former component of our prior resolution in which we are requesting that New York City DOT be flexible and take the needs of restaurants into account when they are citing other transportation infrastructure such as city bikes, docking stations and such.
Yeah. Alita, I know this was her thought, so why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. I have a friendly amendment. I've since read that City Bike charges restaurants and small businesses if they have to move their docking station. So I'd like to add that Citibank, if they have to move, not charge the restaurants.
Not familiar with that.
I don't even remember where I read it, but that's what I read.
No, it's a little too speculative. I spoke too soon. I think I spoke too soon.
Even if it's not the case that they charge them, what's the harm in putting the amendment?
All
in
right.
case they do?
I stand by my previous. So we accept the amendment. I think it's okay. Yes.
And I'll call the question.
Call the question. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Can we call the question on the second one? It's unanimous. Can we make it unanimous?
Well, we had one no vote during the committee meeting.
Michelle, you're going to vote no on this resolution? Again, Michelle, are you going to vote no on this? The resolution is amended. 1B of transportation, you voted no in the committee.
Okay.
So let's just call the roll.
So can we, so can we, yeah, for the purpose of the votes, we can record, Okay, let's record. Does anyone else want to vote yes?
All
I
right,
mean,
so
no
we'll
on
do
this?
a little less formally. Yeah. Is anybody else going to vote no on this?
Okay, why don't we just put Michelle no?
So we'll put Michelle as a no and everybody
Okay.
else as a yes.
Okay,
Put Marshall left. So don't.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. We'll turn it over to the Parks Committee.
It's Parks Committee is next.
Yeah.
So can you do this vote?
No, Parks is next. Parks is next.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I know you want to get home. Here, take this.
Okay.
Sure. Central Park Conservancy presented plans to reconstruct the playground on 85th Street in Central Park. It was a unanimous approval to accept the presentation as presented. Judy, you want to add anything?
Michelle? Do we have a second? Call the roll.
Is anyone opposed to doing that?
We have to call the roll. It's everybody.
Is anyone going to vote no on this, on either of these?
Can we take it together?
Yeah. Okay. So that's it. There's no vote. So it's approved. They're both
Okay,
approved.
thank
The two
you.
unanimous.
One second to give a point of information. Everybody should go on the Esplanade down to 60. The Schneiders have been working for a zillion
That's not
years.
a, it's
and
not a point of
beautiful.
information. That
Okay,
is not a point of.
sorry.
So we're going to, Street Fairs Committee,
Okay.
Barbara and Wilma.
All right, we have two unanimous tree lighting on this, and it's a call.
On both together, right? Call them both together, right? Is there a second? I hear one.
Anybody gonna vote no for the street lighting?
Church and the other is 73rd Street.
Yeah, one is at the brick church and one is at 73rd Street. One is at annual street lighting ceremony at 73rd Street. Owners, full street closure at 73rd Street between 2nd and 3rd Avenue on Wednesday, November 15th, 2023 from 6 to 7 p.m. Second, annual Park Avenue tree lighting sponsored by the Brick Presbyterian Church. Full street closure at Park Avenue between East 91st and East 92nd Street, Sunday, December 3rd.
So we already had call question. We got it, Wilma. We got it. All right. So the question's already been called on both and seconded. There's no one opposed to calling the question on both, right? Is anyone voting no on the two of these together? Is anyone voting no on these items?
Right.
Okay, so that's it. They passed unanimously, and that's the end of the agenda. And I heard a motion to adjourn and a second. Very funny. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thanks for sticking it out to the end of the meeting. Yeah, thank you.
Second. All right.